Fox Sports.
We are Blackboard. We are Minnesota.
For 25 years, your home for Minnesota Twins baseball.
Morning rain has given way to an absolutely perfect night for baseball in Minneapolis. The Red Sox and the Twins play the second game of a three-game series at Target Field. Joe Mauer, in a midst of a 14-game hitting streak, it follows a 2-for-29 slide for a guy that now stands third in the American League with his .349 average, third in the league with 16 doubles. He has 11 of them in his last 11 games. With Tom Kelly, I'm Anthony LaPanta. We've tried to describe and define Joe Mauer's success as a hitter throughout his career here on Fox Sports North. What do you think stands out most that separates him from the other hitters in baseball?
Well, he's got terrific eye-hand coordination. We all know that. He's played all the sports you can play. He played them all very well. We're so glad he chose baseball so he can stay in our hometown and do the things that he does in front of all the Minnesotans in the surrounding areas. But his eyes, the way they stay down on the baseball, and I truly believe, Anthony, that his bat stays in the hitting zone longer than other guys. Now, he got this little bit of inside-out swing that's going to take away from some of the power and some of the drive to right field, right center field, but he's going to get so many hits, and we've seen it by the number of hitting streaks he's had throughout his career, and the way he can bang doubles. And talking about David Ortiz banging that wall in Fenway Park, wouldn't Joe Mauer love to bang that wall in Fenway Park as well? But as we saw last week, he can certainly do it. But for me, good eye, hands, bat stays in the zone for a long, long time.
Twins are happy to have Mauer back in the lineup tonight. He missed last night's series opener. Scott Diamond takes the mound for Minnesota. Dick Kramer, Bert Blyleven with more on his quest for a win over the Sox next.
Sports North is presented by Northland Ford. Visit NorthlandFord.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. And by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards.
A week and a half ago, the Twins faced right-hander Ryan Dempster at Fenway Park. And they'll face him again here tonight as the Twins hope to win a ball game tonight and tomorrow and finish this homestand on a high note. Dick and Bert with you from Target Field. Game 2 of this 3-game series with the Boston Red Sox. Now, when the Twins faced Dempster in Boston, he pitched pretty well, but he was outpitched by tonight's Twins starting pitcher, Scott Diamond.
Yeah, Scott Diamond would like to repeat that performance here tonight. 7 shutout innings for Scott Diamond at Fenway Park against the Red Sox. You're right. Both these pitchers went, 7 very good innings. Dempster went into the 8th, but it was Scott Diamond winning that ball game 6-1. And Diamond has pitched very well on the road. He needs to pitch better here at home starting today.
Of course, when you think of the Boston lineup, you think of the big man in the middle, David Ortiz, but the most potent bat, at least against the Twins, is a guy about half the size of David Ortiz, their outstanding second baseman, Dustin Pedroia.
Well, I said last night, this guy is kind of the heart and soul of the Boston Red Sox organization. Former MVP, former All-Star, has not committed an error yet at second base. You'd have to say that he's one of the 2 best second basemen in the game of baseball.
An important 24 hours for the Twins. They hope to finish this homestand on a high note against the Boston Red Sox. Yeah, these young Twins would love to finish this homestand with a series win.
And Scott Diamond, who pitched brilliantly against the Red Sox in Boston a week and a half ago. His mound opponent that night was his mound opponent tonight, Ryan Dempster. Will try to finish this homestand on a high note with the Twins. John Farrell in his first season managing the Red Sox, a couple of years north of the border in Toronto. And here is John Farrell's Menards batting order for Game 2. Jacoby Ellsbury, followed by Johnny Gomes, moving up to the number 2 spot. Dustin Pedroia, David Ortiz, Mike Napoli back in the lineup. Daniel Nava getting right field. Will Middlebrooks, Ryan Lavarnway, and Pedro Siriaco.
And Scott Diamond making his 7th start of the year, his 2nd against the Boston Red Sox. And one thing I mentioned a little bit, Scott Diamond's looking to pitch better here at Target Field. He has not won a ball game here at Target Field since July 27th of last year. So over his last 9 starts, he has not pitched well here at home. Hopefully he'll start a winning streak here tonight.
Northland Ford defense for the Twins. Josh Willingham out in left field. Aaron Hicks in center. Oswaldo Arcia in right. Trevor Plouffe, Pedro Florimon, Jamie Carroll, Justin Morneau with Ryan Domas doing the catching. Joe Mauer back in the lineup for the Twins as their designated hitter. The plan is he will catch tomorrow afternoon.
Now Scott Diamond, he's coming off a start, an unlike Scott Diamond's start. He gave up 3 home runs to the Baltimore Orioles, ended up losing that ball game. Only 5 2/3 innings, allowed 6 runs, unlike Scott Diamond. So hopefully he'll be on. What we saw in that last outing, everything was up, up, up. And he's not a pitcher that can pitch up in the strike zone.
And a sign of a really good pitcher, and we believe Scott is that, is they'll have a rough outing and they'll come back with a much better one the next time rather than having 4 or 5 in a row like that. So we'll see how he fares against the Red Sox after they've just seen him recently, and he's pitched against them recently. Ball 1 to Ellsbury. Ellsbury in a bit of a tailspin. 7 hits in his last 51 at bats.
Still a guy you want to keep off the bases. Outstanding speed. So check swing right there for a foul.
1-1.
Ellsbury in his 7th season with the Chicago White Sox, made the All-Star team a couple of years ago. He's led the American League in stolen bases a couple times, and right now leading the American League with 13 stolen bases.
And he scalds one to center field right over Diamond's head for a leadoff single. Now Diamond, unaccustomed to giving up a lot of home runs as he did in his last start, but this should be familiar for him because the Red Sox, when they faced Diamond in Boston, got leadoff singles in the first 3 innings, and that was it.
That was it, yep. After that, he shut the door for the next 4 innings. But even right there, that's what we saw in that Baltimore series, a lot of pitches up. So make the adjustment early, get that ball back down in the strike zone. And Diamond, a tough guy to run against, even though Ellsbury does have 13 stolen bases.
Johnny Gomes, the batter, playing in left field again tonight. And another pitch up in last night's game. Pitchers duel, obviously. 3-2 the final score in 10 innings, and the Red Sox hit into 3 ground ball double plays. Ellsbury stole his 13th last night.
Diamond's been able to get 5 double plays turned behind him so far this year, being his 7th start. That was Gomes last night that hit the sacrifice fly to left center that Hicks and Arcia kind of made contact and never really got. Hicks was never able really to make a good strong throw home, and Pedroia scored the winning run.
1-0 to Johnny Gomes. Wrapped foul. And it's 1-1. Here's how good Scott Diamond was at Fenway Park. The Red Sox got their 3 leadoff singles. In his 7 innings of work, the Red Sox didn't so much as get a runner to second base. 7 shutout innings, but they didn't get a runner in scoring position the entire night. And another check of the runner, Ellsbury.
A little cat and mouse game. There are the numbers for Scott Diamond. No walks in that outing, 2 strikeouts. 15 strikeouts this season in 36 innings pitched.
1-1 to Gomes. Rick Anderson looking on. He saw Vance Worley with one of his more competitive starts last night, hoping that the Twins, after the day off on Thursday, can get into a bit of a rhythm with that. Down and away, 2-1. 6 innings from Worley last night. The Twins are hoping for at least that much from Diamond tonight.
I thought Scott Worley pitched a great ball game. You know, 1 unearned run in the first inning. Vance Worley did his job. He kept the club in the game.
Two and one. Three and one with Pedroia on deck.
Holmes with that short, compact swing has some pop in that bat. Only 2 home runs this year, but 138 major league home runs in his 11th season at the major league level.
The pace of this game unusually slow with Scott on the mound.
I think Ellsbury, if he had made an out, would be a little bit quicker here.
And he's thrown over what, at least 5 times.
Well, that was a little different move right there by Diamond than the previous throws to first.
Popped up behind first. Carroll chasing it. And he makes the catch, 1 away. So a long at bat ending in a foul out, 1 down.
Well, I mentioned earlier about Scott Diamond needing some wins here. His last win coming July 27th when he shut out the Cleveland Indians. Won that ball game 11-0, his first career shutout. But his last 9 home starts, see the high ERA at 5.59. He's pitched better on the road than he actually has here at Target Field in his young career. So you want to pitch better at home, and hopefully Scott Diamond can start that here tonight. Don't like bringing out those negative numbers, but this is a ballpark that I think would be suited for Scott Diamond.
That's in essence a conversation I had with Ryan Dempster last year after Dempster was traded to Texas, and I asked him about his first start against the Twins' first game at Target Field. He says, I love that ballpark. That's my favorite ballpark in the major leagues. And if you're a pitcher, why wouldn't you love to pitch here?
Yeah, home runs are hard to come by. You have great alleys in left and right center, a lot of room. And Diamond's only given up 5 home runs, but 3 of them came in his last start against the Orioles.
1-0 to Pedroia. He's bounced into 7 double plays this year, 4 of them against the Twins. 2-0. 2 of them last night, 2 of them in Boston.
Scott falling behind an account. Fell behind on Ellsbury, got that base hit up the middle, fell behind on Gomes, and unlike Scott Diamond, he's usually every 3 pitches thrown at least 2 strikes. Right now, 10 pitches, only 4 strikes.
2-0 to Pedroia. Up high, 3-0, Ortiz on deck. The pregame show, we showed you Ortiz and his great numbers against the Twins here at Target Field. Pedroia in his career hitting .351 against the Twins. And Diamond comes in with a strike, 3-1. Last night in the 3rd inning, Pedroia hit into a 4-6-3 double play. Last night in the 5th inning, Pedroia hit into a 4-6-3 double play. Three and 1. Ball 4, runners at first and second.
Well, Scott Diamond's last start against the Orioles, one thing that we talked about, the 3 home runs allowed, but he also walked 3 in that ball game. So Diamond trying to find that right pitch right here against David Ortiz. Maybe get out of this inning with the ground ball double play.
Ortiz with 3 singles in the game last night.
Ortiz just 1 for 3 lifetime against Scott Diamond, making only his 2nd career appearance against the Red Sox.
Long look in. And now Diamond is ready. Low ball 1.
Scott Diamond needs to stay ahead in that count, falling behind early.
Fouled down the left field line and back into the seats. Yeah, when you do what Diamond did against the Red Sox, you got 21 outs and less than 100 pitches. Necessarily, you got ahead of hitters, got them to put it in play.
Rick Anderson keeping a close eye on Scott, seeing maybe if he can see one little thing to get him back down in that strike zone, leaving some pitches up. Ortiz hitting only .237 against left-handed pitching this year.
Breaking ball down and away. Well, you can see looking at Rick Anderson, kind of a furrowed brow. He's not sure what he's seeing so far here in this first inning. Ellsbury, a sharp single on a pitch that was up. Erratic control from a guy who usually has very good control. Foul to the screen, 2-2. With all his power, Ortiz does not strike out as much as some other sluggers. Just a dozen strikeouts in 90 at-bats. Yet Diamond would love to get him here. 2-2. Ellsbury with great speed at second. Pedroia runs well at first. And a first inning hot spot for Scott Diamond. Deep to right. Back is Arcia. Gone, a 3-run home run.
He hung a breaking ball right there, and David Ortiz, I don't care what he's hitting against lefties or righties, you leave a pitch like that, David Ortiz with his strength is going to do that. His 6th home run of the year and his 407th career home run. Look at the location of that breaking ball, just kind of spun right there. And it's a 3-0 early lead for the Red Sox.
Nice near catch by the fan. Here's Napoli, and there's strike 1. In his last start against the Orioles, Diamond gave up a 2-run home run to Chris Davis. And now tonight, a 3-run home run to David Ortiz. To left field, that'll die in front of Willingham for a base hit. Diamond's faced 5 men and retired just 1. And here's Daniel Nava.
That's a rare single for Napoli. 26 of his now 42 hits have been extra base hits, having a very solid year in his first season with the Red Sox. And Rick Anderson on the way out to talk to Scott Diamond.
Very often in a Diamond start, you see a quick trip to the mound by Rick Anderson. Been a frustrating homestand for that man. The Twins starting the homestand on a high note, winning 3 out of 4 at Fenway Park, but the Twins lost 2 out of 3 to the Orioles, 2 out of 3 to the White Sox, and they lost the opener last night to Boston.
Yeah, currently on a 3-game losing streak. You want to stay away from those losing streaks and create winning streaks.
Twins have only won 2 series at home this year. The season opening series against the Tigers, and then the abbreviated 2-game series with the Angels.
The Twins are 9-11 here at Target Field, 9-9 on the road.
Here's Daniel Nava. And Diamond hits the outside corner, strike one. More first inning trouble for a Twins starter.
Yeah, I'm sure that bullpen, who still the very solid bullpen, but they come to a ballpark when Diamond usually starts. They say, well, you know, we may not be needed until hopefully the 8th or 9th inning. Diamond, one of those guys that can pitch deep into the ball game, but unusually bad start for Scott Diamond.
2 strikes to Nava. Scooped by Doman, 1-2. Nava getting a chance to play in right field. Shane Victorino is out again tonight with a back situation. It's, I think, unlikely that he's going to play tomorrow, but that'll be up to John Farrell and Shane Victorino. Chopped off a leg. 1-2.
Yeah, Nava, a switch hitter in his third season with the Red Sox. 5 home runs on a year. 2 as a right-handed hitter. Have a look at that. Where that got him, right on that left instep.
You want to bet in the 3rd inning he has a pad on that spot in his next at bat. You see the splits for Nava. Victorino also a switch hitter, and he too a more productive hitter from the left side of the plate. 1-2 to Nava. Red Sox have been batting for about 15 minutes. There's still only 1 out. Foul back and out of play.
Vance Worley yesterday, 31 pitches in that first inning, where he allowed only 1 run. It was an unearned run at that.
1-2. Doman sets up outside, and the pitch is up, 2-2.
And that's what we saw in his last game in Baltimore. Everything was up, up, up. He's not finishing right now. He's kind of leading with more of the palm of his hand than especially the fastball out front. Get those fingers up on top. Create that downward plane. Diamond is so good at that.
There's a double play grounder. And finally, the inning comes to an end. A laborious first inning for Scott Diamond. And for the Red Sox, David Ortiz hits a 3-run home run. 3-run home run to the in the first inning to David Ortiz and the Red Sox. And the Twins will try to dig out of an early 3-0 hole with this Menards batting order. Jamie Carroll, followed by Joe Mauer, Justin Morneau, Josh Willingham, Ryan Doumit, Oswaldo Arcia, Trevor Plouffe, Aaron Hicks, and Pedro Florimo.
And Ryan Dempster making his 9th start of the year, his 2nd against the Twins. He lost to the Twins and Scott Diamond 6-1. Allowed 1 home run in that ball game, and that was to Ryan Doumit in the 7th inning, making his 5th career start against the Minnesota Twins.
Jamie Carroll to get things started, and there's strike 1. Carroll taking over the leadoff spot. Brian Dozier's had a tough time hitting since he was moved there. And Carroll has had a couple of games where he's had a productive day at the plate. Hitting in the leadoff spot. 1-1. Twins ended up beating Dempster, not because of what happened in his first 7 innings, but because of what happened in the 8th. Pedro Ciriaco committed 2 errors. Oh, nice catch by the fan down there. Very nice.
Yeah, it was a 2-0 ball game until the 8th inning, and then a couple errors, and Twins were able to put a 4 spot on the board.
Ciriaco, the starting shortstop for the Red Sox. He was in at third base because Middlebrooks was out after his collision with Ross, the catcher. Carroll waves at him. Strikeout to start the ball game, 1 down.
And that's one thing that that Dempster can get is some strikeouts.
Northland Ford defense for the Red Sox. Johnny Gomes in left, Jacoby Ellsbury in center, Daniel Nava in right, Middlebrooks, Ciriaco, Pedroia, Napoli the infielders, Ryan LaVarnway doing the catching. And Dempster strikes out Carroll, and now he'll face Mauer.
Yeah, that strikeout was a 62nd strikeout in 48 1/3 innings, averaging almost 12 strikeouts for 9 innings.
Mauer takes ball 1. Time now for the Firestone Complete Auto Care Extra Mile Index. And Mauer with a 14-game hitting streak. A couple behind Marco Scutaro of the Giants. Pitches up.
Mauer just 1 hit in 10 at-bats against Ryan Dempster. Dempster, a veteran, 36 years old, in his 16th major league season.
Fly ball to left, and Gomes toward the corner. Now in a couple of steps, has it out, number 2. And that'll bring up Justin Morneau. Mauer and Morneau hitting back-to-back, with Willingham dropping down into the cleanup spot. You know, the strikeout thing has got to be a bit of a surprise to both Dempster and the Red Sox, because Dempster's never had a year where he's had more than a strikeout per inning pitched. I mean, he's been around a long time. He's never been on a strikeout binge like he's been on so far this year with the Red Sox.
Yeah, he signed as a free agent last year, started the season with the Cubs, ended it with the Rangers. He actually pitched here against the Twins as a Chicago Cub, and he pitched very well in that ball game. Ended up beating the Twins.
Remember, at the time, no one knew what was going to happen with Dempster. The assumption was the Cubs were going to deal him somewhere. 2-0. Morneau takes a strike at the knees. And that was the game he spoke of when I visited with him in Texas, about how he just loves Target Field. And he's got to love the early run support he's gotten here tonight.
Now watch his glove right there, the different things he does with that glove.
Nobody home on the left side of the infield. Morneau just slaps a grounder, and he'll hold up with a single.
Well, Justin, who went 0 for 4 last night, ended an 11-game hitting streak, starts a new one here with a base hit to left field. Right at the last second, pitch left up. Justin kind of waited back nicely. Hit it right in the left field. Nobody there.
So now Willingham with a man aboard. Willingham's average dropping below the 200 mark. Nice pickup by Lavarnway. And it's ball one to Willingham. Well, that's a change already for Willingham. Throughout this slump that he's been on or in, seems like after every first pitch he's behind in the count 0-1. Either he's missed a letter high fastball, he's fouled it back, he's taken it for a strike. Now it's 1-0. 1-1.
Patience, patience. That's what Josh Willingham's trying to get through this little mini slump that he's in. And don't miss your pitch. We've seen him foul some pitches off that normally we see him drive.
Off the plate, 2-1. Talked with Tom Bernansky during batting practice today. Willingham was in the cage, and I asked Bruno, I said, of all the players the Twins have, does Willingham remind you the most of yourself when you were a player? And he said, absolutely. So I said, you must have had some stretches like this, and he said, absolutely. And after this pitch,
every time I pitch.
2-1 to Willingham. Tapper foul. And I asked Tom then, well, what got you out of a funk like this that Willingham has found himself in? He says, basically, he says it comes down to concentrate on seeing the ball, tracking the ball, watching it. We saw Willingham on the first pitch that he took for a strike, watch it all the way into the catcher's mitt.
And don't miss your pitch. Dempster, pretty good slider. That's what he struck out Carroll on. See if he goes back to that slider. There it is. Wow.
Taken for a ball, 3-2.
See what our box track says where this pitch is. It says it's outside.
The walk will bring Doma to the plate as the tying run. Red Sox still hold Morneau on with a full count, and Willingham fouls it at the plate. So Morneau will retreat.
Yeah, Josh just 1 for 14 against Dempster. Dempster, a 12-game winner last year between the Cubs and the Rangers. Signed a 2-year deal with the Boston Red Sox.
Another 3-2 to Josh Willingham. Lifted to short right. Pedroia retreating into the outfield grass. That ends the inning. Twins get ahead, leave Morneau aboard. After one, they're down 3-0.
Sox 3-0 as we head to the second inning. Jamie Carroll is back in the starting lineup today for the Twins. Ron Gardenhire says he likes what he's seen at the plate of late from Jamie, but he especially likes his veteran presence in the field. Brian Dozier, who normally gets a nod at second, can speak to Carroll's leadership there. He says he has been a real mentor in helping Dozier make the transition from shortstop to second. He says Jamie helped him with his preparation, and he also worked with him a lot during spring training on the fundamentals, including how to turn the double play as a second baseman. We saw it a couple times from Brian Dozier last night. Already seen it once here tonight from Jamie Carroll. So definitely an asset for this Twins team. Dick and Bert?
Absolutely, Jamie. Thank you very much. Strike one to Will Middlebrooks, and a swinging strike two.
You can't replace the veteran experience that a Jamie Carroll can have on, say, a Dozier or a Florimone or Escobar. Twins have some young middle infielders, and it's nice to have a veteran like Jamie Carroll that has been through the years of going up and down and fighting for a job year in and year out.
High and tight. Middlebrooks, who's gotten some big hits in the last few days for the Red Sox, got a big bunt down last night in the 10th inning. Foul down the right field line, back into the seats.
Middlebrooks, only 24 years old, his rookie season last year. Had some injuries, hit .288, 15 home runs, but only in 75 games.
And in the dirt. 2-2. Diamond hoping that whatever the issue was in the first inning, he's past it. We'll try to pick up the pace, pitch more effectively. And another foul off the bat of Middlebrooks. Two and two. Scalded to left field. And the second inning begins as the first did. The Big Ten baseball tournament is coming to Target Field next week. Check out the Big Ten's best. May 22nd through the 25th. It's the first time the Big Ten will hold its tournament in a big league facility. And tickets are available. You can find out how to take advantage of Big Ten baseball at Target Field by calling 800-33-TWINS for ticket prices and details. Best of luck to John Anderson and the Gophers in that. Here's Ryan Lavarnway, 0 for 3 in the season. Just called up when Ross was put on the disabled list with concussion symptoms.
Yeah, David Ross. This is the third season that Lavarnway has been up and down. Kind of a good defensive catcher. Not a lot of offense at the major league level, but pretty good numbers in the minor leagues. .285 minor league hitter.
Two and 0. Ross still suffering from concussion symptoms related to his collision with Middlebrooks. Two and 0. Nice play. Carroll flips to Florimone on to first, and a nice stretch by Morneau. Another ground ball double play. Fifth in the series already. Carroll to Florimone to Morneau.
Yeah, Middlebrooks almost trying to break up the double play. Carroll has to dive, flip it over to Florimone, and Florimone able to get rid of that ball before Middlebrooks slid in hard into second. So second straight inning, Twins turn a double play.
Now Siriaco. Strike on the inside corner. Again in Boston. 7 innings, and the Red Sox got 3 leadoff singles. That was it, the first 3 innings against Diamond. And they already have 4 hits here tonight. One and one.
Sariaco in his second season with the Boston Red Sox came up with the Pirates in 2010. Good utility infielder.
Fly ball right field. And Arcia over to end the inning. Another leadoff single. But Diamond gets a double play grounder and faces just 3 men in the second.
You become like a sponge. And when a veteran like Jamie Carroll, that conversation going right there, it might be something about what happened that last inning. You take it in the best you can.
You can vote for the Arby's Value Player of the Game. Text the word value followed by a space in the player's name to short code 234234. Here's Ryan Doman leading off the second for the Twins. It was interesting in the media session Ron Gardenhire has before every game. One of the more interesting topics today was whether someone like Dozier or any of the young, less experienced Twins players would look at what happened to Dustin Pedroia last night and watch how he played the game and learn from an opponent. I mean, it's nice if you learn from a teammate, but Doma taking inside. You know, here's Pedroia, who had a miserable night at the plate, hit into 2 double plays, made the last out with the bases loaded, but made a couple of outstanding defensive plays early in the game and then started the big 10th inning rally.
Yeah, with a base hit to right field.
3-1 now to Doman. And Ron Gardenhire's response was, well, I sure hope so.
Well, you mentioned earlier Dempster, that's a strikeout, kind of a surprise, but this guy's always averaged over 7 strikeouts per 9 innings pitched at the major league level. He's close to 2,000 strikeouts in his career. This is his 331st major league start, his 556th appearance. Did some relieving earlier in his career.
And he's just walked Doman to start the second inning. And that'll bring up Oswaldo Arcia.
Well, it's Ryan Doman who took Dempster deep over the wall in Fenway Park.
Got a double against him, too. I'm confidently going to predict that Oswaldo Arcia is going to hit a home run today. I don't know if it's going to be against Dempster. And it might not be in the second inning at bat. But as I said last night, he just looks to me like a guy who's going to get a home run every 20 at bats or so.
Well, he did not face Dempster at Fenway Park. He got the night off. So his first plate appearance against Ryan Dempster.
Pitches up, ball 1. It's been 24 at bats since Arcia hit his 3rd home run of the year at Fenway Park. Dempster. Not even close with that off-speed pitch. 2-0.
Yeah, that home run coming on Thursday at Fenway Park against tomorrow's starter, John Lackey. Pedroia going in, saying, get the ball down, young man. Trust your defense. Well, I guess Pedroia would say, get the ball down, old man.
Two and 0 to Arcia. Strike call, 2-1.
Well, Dempster's coming off an outing in his last start against the Toronto Blue Jays that he gave up 6 runs in 5 innings and 3 home runs.
Foul back 2-2.
Dempster came up with the Florida Marlins back in 1998, then traded over to the Reds. Spent 8.5 seasons with the Cubs before getting traded over last year in late July to the Texas Rangers. Became a free agent, signed a 2-year deal with the Boston Red Sox.
2-2 to Arcia. Dug out by Lavarnway. Well, Dempster hadn't been razor sharp here tonight either. No. 29 pitches, only 14 strikes. Leadoff walk to Doman. Now Arcia at the plate. Dempster, or Diamond rather, hoping that he'll get a reprieve here after giving up a 3-run home run to David Ortiz in the first inning. Doman stays put, and Arcia takes ball 4. So a pair of walks will get Plouffe to the plate. And Lavarnway's turn now to talk to his pitcher.
Yeah, that ball last 3-2 pitch, not even close to the strike zone.
Tonight's cold hard fact brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. For whatever reason, the Twins love playing the Red Sox in Boston, and the Red Sox love beating the Twins here.
Yeah, I was listening to Tom Kelly's response to that when Anthony LaPanta asked him in the pregame, and TK, I think, felt the same way I did. Don't know why. Sometimes that just happens, you know. No reason, no rhyme or reason why Twins play better in Fenway Park than the Boston Red Sox play better here.
Well, Dempster trying to help the Twins out here with a pair of walks starting the second inning. And now here is Plouffe. Plouffe facing Dempster for the first time. No, I beg your pardon. 1 for 9 against Dempster. And a tapper to third. And a flip to first. Plouffe is retired, but it advances Doman and Arcia into scoring position.
Kind of like a swinging bunt right there. Twins down 3-0. You want to get some runners into scoring position. Trevor Plouffe swinging at that first pitch, hitting the top of the ball, creates that short little roller to Middlebrooks. He had only one play. Both runners advance. Let's see if Aaron Hicks can drive in 1 or 2 runs.
Hicks hitting .214 as a right-handed batter. That's not great, obviously, but just 125 from his primary side, the left side of the plate. 11 hits, 88 at bats. Got a hit from this side of the plate. In fact, drove it hard to the opposite field last night.
And he, like Arcia, has never faced Dempster. So his first at-bat hopefully will be a good one. Drive in a couple runs, Aaron Hicks.
Hicks's home runs have all come from the right side of the plate. Way out in front. 1-1.
Yeah, good change up there.
So you watch Hicks in batting practice, and he's trying to hit the ball to the opposite field, and it just hasn't shown up in games yet. At the knees, a strike. 1-2.
I think in the past when you talk to managers like Tom Kelly, I believe we're going to have Tom Kelly up here, but most in the 5th inning, but most managers will say and clubs say, well, we want to give him about 200 major league at-bats and see where he's at that time. And Hicks, this is his 117th major league at-bat.
1-2. And he pokes a foul.
Of course, the butterflies are still there. The poor start, all in the mind of Aaron Hicks, wanting to do too much. Still, remember last year at the Double-A level, making the jump from New Britain to Minnesota.
He has driven in 15 runs, so his hits have counted, and he'd love to get one in anyway here. Second and third, one away. Infield playing back. They'll concede a run on a ground ball.
Just get it by the pitcher if you can.
Takes 2-2. Hicks has a sacrifice fly. Two and two. That's a grounder. That's a fair ball. They come home, and now Domet in a rundown. And Dempster puts the tag on him. They throw to second, and Arcia gets back. So a pretty heads-up play by Middlebrooks, who fielded the ball right over the bag, and from foul territory, cut down the run at the plate.
Yeah, about the only play he had, because I don't think there was any way he was going to get that ball and throw out Hicks at first base. So the contact play is on, and you saw Domet kind of get in no man's land, and now gets in the rundown and is tagged out by the pitcher. Dempster throwing to Pedroia.
Well, the Twins need a pick-me-up here. Dempster gave them 2 walks to start the inning. Now there are 2 outs, runners at first and second. At least Plouffe's ground ball advanced 2 men into scoring position. And now Florimon, who homered with a man aboard to provide the only runs the Twins would get all last night, comes up here with 2 men on and 2 out. Swing and a miss.
Clay Buchholz said that on that breaking ball that he threw, he said, I was just trying to get, a curveball over for strike one, and he said he just dropped the barrel of the bat and hit the 2-run home run.
Florimon faced Dempster twice last week in Boston. Got a hit and a walk. One strike. Up the middle. Base hit. Florimon delivers. Plouffe comes around to score. A big 2-out hit for Pedro Florimon.
Well, I think what we're seeing from Pedro Florimon, a guy that's starting to really feel comfortable at the major league level. Last year got 4 in 43 ball games. Pretty good pitch down, but Florimon hitting it right up the middle. That scores Arcia. And on the play, Aaron Hicks hustles over to third. So Florimon picking up his 14th RBI. Good 2-out hitting.
Twins on the board, and now Carroll with Hicks at third. Florimon at first. Off the plate, ball 1.
That last pitch right there, that's the pitch that struck out Carroll. So Dempster went right back to it, but that time Carroll took it.
Seen Florimon show the ability this year to steal second base. A steal here by Florimon would get the tying run into scoring position for Carroll, who is essentially a singles hitter.
Yeah, Florimon 4 for 4 in stolen base attempts.
Pitch up high, 2-0.
And with Napoli having to hold on Florimon, that leaves that big hole between Pedroia and that first baseline. Three pitches so far this inning for Dempster.
There's a strike, 2-1. Carroll trying to back up Florimon's 2-out hit with one of his own. 3-1. Mauer on deck, and Dempster looks almost as shaky with his control in the second inning as Diamond did in the first. Big pitch here for Dempster. 3-1 to Carroll. Florimon goes, and it's ball 4. Mauer will have a chance with the bases loaded. Third walk of the inning.
Well, good time to keep the hitting streak alive for Joe Mauer. A 14-game hitting streak where he's hitting .446. Scored 13 runs, 11 doubles. Oh, wouldn't that be nice right here? One of his patented doubles.
We've seen Mauer mash against everybody, but we have not seen that against Dempster. A fly ball to left in the first inning. Mauer now 1 for 11 against Dempster. And here's the alarming part, 6 strikeouts.
Juan Nieves, a pitching coach, with the chart.
So you would say he's due, wouldn't you?
You would think. This is Joe Mauer we're talking about.
Driven deep down the left field line, but it's slicing foul. Mauer got everybody, well, some people anyway, up on their feet, but then he took a couple steps out of the box and saw the ball slice.
Yeah, fastball away. And Joe, knowing that that ball sliced fair foul.
One strike to Mauer. Dempster looks unlike what we saw from him a week and a half ago. He's throwing 46 pitches, only half of them strikes. Base hit to the outfield should tie the game. Twins have some speed on the bases.
Ooh.
1 and 2.
All right, good swing right there. And if you're out on that mound like Dempster, and I've been there, and a guy swings like that on a high fastball, fouls it straight back, you tell yourself, I'm not going to throw that there again. I hope not. Joe may have gotten his pitch, and he may have missed it.
One and 2 to Mauer. Foul tip, and Lavarnway hangs on. The Twins get one but leave 3. It's a 3-1 ball game. down a couple of runs. You can get interactive during our broadcast with the AT&T Twitter poll. And as we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the movie The Sandlot, we want to know who your favorite character is from the movie. You can vote via Twitter with the following hashtags. I'm a little disappointed that my favorite character, the James Earl Jones character, isn't on there. But
is that the Beast?
No, the Beast was
the dog.
The dog.
Yeah.
The owner of the dog, James Earl Jones. Some of the actors from the movie were here during batting practice yesterday, and a lot of the players had to go up and meet Ham and Squints.
They're coming up in the booth tomorrow.
We'll have them on the booth or in the booth tomorrow. Yep. Jacoby Ellsbury hit a line drive single over Diamond's head into center field. A walk and a home run followed, and the Red Sox took charge of this game in the first inning. Ball one, ball two. Ellsbury, Gomes, and Pedroia in the third inning. Down the middle of strike. Ellsbury with a single. He hopes to put an end to his slump. Mentioned the 7 for 51. He's gone 154 at bats without a home run. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
You know, before we get any further, I went to a funeral today. Jose Becerra, Julio's son, was had services for his passing today in Minneapolis, and we want to send out our condolences to Julio Becerra and his family.
Pulled on the ground to Carroll, one away. Absolutely. Julio, a big part of the Twins fantasy camp. We talked about that a couple of nights ago. One down. Here's Johnny Gomes.
And a good man.
Yep.
Good man.
Gomes fouled out to Carroll his first time. It's been said millions of times, and you've said it a few times up here in the booth. You're going to have a 30-year start, you're going to have great stuff. 30-year start, you're going to have bad stuff, and you're going to lose regardless of what happens. And it's what happens, I guess, in those other third of your starts. And that's kind of where I think Scott Diamond is right now.
Yeah, I always figured, you know, if I'm healthy, I'm going to start 35 ball games. It's been we pitched every fourth day. Sometimes my best year I had 40 starts. So I figured there's 5 or 6 times I'm going to pitch a shutout. There's 5 or 6 times I'm not going to pitch very well. It's those other times that make or break a season.
Got to find a way to get batters out.
Yep. You make the adjustment. And Diamond is a guy that's not overpowering, so he will try to make the adjustment. That pitch just missing. We saw him try it last start against Baltimore, and he just kept leaving the ball up. And already this inning, I see him doing a better job of getting that ball down in the strike zone. Stay back a little bit longer, and even though that's low, that's better than what we saw in the first inning.
Now, how many times did it happen where you're out there in the first inning and you don't feel like you should even be out there?
Every time.
You don't feel good. But then, you know, as you worked through it and maybe got a chance to sit down in the dugout from time to time, here's ball 4, Gomes reaches. You found something by the middle innings that would allow you to fight through to the 7th or 8th.
You know what? There are times in my career, and I think a lot of starters can say that, I didn't want to have real good stuff in the bullpen. Because you came in thinking, oh boy, I have great stuff. I wanted to kind of have not as good stuff out there and then come in. And I think some of my better games I pitched, I didn't feel like I had good stuff. I really had to pitch.
Here's Pedroia drew a first inning walk in front of Ortiz's home run. There's the outside corner to strike.
I think I tell the story one time in Fenway Park, my first outing at Fenway Park. I was 19 years old. Buck Rogers was the bullpen catching coach, and he said, I had great stuff, best stuff he ever saw in the bullpen. I went out, and 1/3 of an inning, I was out of that ball game. So I learned quick.
Change up taken low.
It's the adjustments a pitcher has to make out on this pitching mound, the A mound as I call it, the varsity mound. Dempster struggled last inning, threw 30 pitches in the bottom of the second inning. Now he will have to make the adjustment.
52 pitches already for Diamond. He's only gotten 7 outs. There's a strike. Already got 2 ground ball double plays. He'll try to get Pedroia to wrap into one again here in the third.
Funny game. I was just looking back, and I can't recall on this homestand. I don't know if it was our pitcher or the opposing pitcher. It might have been Hector Santiago. Came out in that White Sox series, struck out the side, and the next inning, I think we scored 3 runs off of him. You know, you just don't know. Every inning is different, and that's the way you have to approach it as a starter. If you can get through a bad inning, okay, the next one has to be good.
Before you assumed that chair, I worked a couple years with Tommy John, and Tommy maintained that most of what you try to explain in baseball can be related to golf. And let me use Tommy's analogy. Every inning is like every different golf hole. You might birdie the 7th hole, but if you hook your tee shot in the 8th, you're going to put up a bad number. Here's a bouncer left side. Plouffe charges, got to get rid of it in a hurry. Just barely. No, he didn't. Pedroia hustled it out, beat it out. And there'll be runners at first and second with 1 out.
Well, Plouffe did everything he could right there to get the speedy Pedroia hustling down that first baseline. But again, you see the heart and soul of Dustin Pedroia. It's a ground ball, but right out of the box, he's full tilt. And on the run, trying to flip as quick as he can over to first. And Pedroia,
bang, bang
play, but.
Well, here's Ortiz with 2 men aboard again. Diamond hung a breaking pitch, and Ortiz clobbered it for a 3-run home run in the first inning. Fastball down and in. Lace to right. Garcia charges. Has problems getting the ball out of his glove, and trotting home is Gomes. And Ortiz has driven on all 4 Boston runs.
Well, fastball up, and David Ortiz didn't miss it. Line drive to right field. Not bad numbers for a guy that season didn't start at about the 20th of April. So that pitch right there, lined into right field. Arcia gets it. I think he thought twice of worrying to throw that ball. Ended up getting it back to Florimon.
Remember 3 years ago, the Red Sox were this close to releasing David Ortiz. And when I say this close, I'm holding my thumb and my forefinger about a 1/4 inch apart. Here's Napoli.
That's close.
Ortiz suddenly couldn't hit left-handers. Teams found holes in his swing and exploited them. 4-1, and now Diamond's got to get back into damage control here with Napoli at the plate. Ball 1.
Having a tough time getting ahead. And that, unlike Scott Diamond, only 5 first pitch strikes and 14 batters faced.
There's a strike. So there's some truth to the answer to the question, what's the most important pitch in baseball? And the answer has always been
strike 1. Get strike 1.
Yeah. Pounded foul 1 and 2.
Easier said than done, but that's your ultimate goal. Get ahead of the hitter. Make him hit your pitch if you can.
But in a typical Scott Diamond start, he makes that part look easy.
Well, he's got 57 pitches. Typical Scott Diamond start. He's in the 5th inning.
Right. 1-2.
59 pitches, excuse me.
Fouled away. Cleveland walked off the Mariners again this afternoon, 5-4. The Angels hung on and beat the White Sox. The Twins have found themselves dropping down into a tie for last place with the White Sox in terms of games behind. But 2 games below 500. A win tonight and a win tomorrow, and they can head out on the road with a 500 record. And Napoli strikes out. Diamond gets out number 2, and now he'll go after Daniel Nava.
First strikeout for Scott Diamond.
Twins have been relatively healthy this year, but don't tell that to Darren Mastroianni. Our Sanford Health injury report showing that Mastroianni has a bone chip below where the foul ball hit him in spring training, and he's got a long road back. And I really feel bad for Darren, because at worst he had a 4th outfielder spot ready for him if he could just have stayed healthy in spring training.
Well, I remember, not the last homestand, the homestand before that, we saw him in the boot. He was doing all the rehabbing, hoping that it would heal, and it never did. And finally they decided, surgery is the best way to heal it.
Nava bounced into a double play to end the long first inning, and now Diamond gets ahead of him, 1 strike. Turned into a beautiful evening here at Target Field. Hanging in the air, coming in is Willingham, who makes a nice sliding catch. Maybe the defense will wake up the offense. Diamond gives one back on the top of the 3rd.
Sports North is presented by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. By Grand Casino, the best stories start here. And by Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for the everyday competitor in all of us.
Ryan Dempster to Justin Morneau to start the bottom of the 3rd inning. Morneau hooks it foul. Nearly got Eduardo Escobar leaning on the railing. 1 strike. Well, Dempster all but gave the Twins a run in the 2nd. He issued 3 walks. The Twins did get a hit from Pedro Florimon to drive in the run. See if they can hit their way back into this game down by 3. This one driven left center field, chased by Ellsbury. He's got it ranged and covered, 1 away. And that'll bring up Josh Willingham. You can get into the game on Fox Sports North and talk baseball. Ask a question online at carsoup.com/baseball. Frank in Bloomington wondering which Wild player had the sweetest swing tonight at Target Field. A home run hitting contest. It's got to be Parisi, I would think. Here's Willingham. Ball one.
I'll go with Tom Gilbert. There's Harding. There's Gilbert. Look at that solid swing. Oh.
Well, Parisi hit 4 and TC hit 5 and broke a chair in the process. 1-0. Willingham drives it to left. Toward the gap. Just out of the reach of Ellsbury. And Willingham has a double. Didn't have the drive or the loft to get out, and he found a seam in the gap in left center for a one-out double.
Yeah, a lot of room out there. Ellsbury gave it a great effort, but a double for Josh Willingham, his 9th double of the year. Fastball in. Ellsbury missed it by maybe a glove. And Gomes gets it back in.
Well, the Twins have at least a hit in every inning. The 3 walks in the second led to a run. We'll see if the Twins can come back with some damage done in the bottom of the third. Here's Ryan Doumit. Drew a walk against Dempster leading off the second. And again, Doumit with a double and a home run against Dempster at Fenway Park a week and a half ago. Dribbled up the line, foul, 2 strikes. Twins have hit 30 home runs in 38 games. With Ortiz's blast in the first inning, they've given up 36 home runs. Two strikes to Ryan Doumit. Just off the plate. Close pitch to take. 1-2. Domit's got the Fu Manchu going too, like Justin Morneau.
Oh, he's had the beard at the beginning of the year, then he shaved it off, grew back the beard.
2-2. Dempster had problems throwing Doumit strikes, and then to make matters worse, he had problems throwing Arcia strikes. 56 pitches for Doumit, and just over half of them strikes. Reached for one, a dribbler to Dempster. And on the play, Willingham goes to third, 2 away.
Oh, he almost hurt Doumit right there. Almost upset at himself for swinging at that pitch outer half of the plate, trying to turn it over and hit it back to Dempster.
Here's Arcia, drew a walk, scored a run in the second inning. Twins needed a 2-out hit from Florimo to score in the second. They'll need one from Arcia here in the third. Inside ball 1. Seems like the way teams have pitched Arcia throughout this homestand, fastballs off the plate, inside, and then a lot of breaking stuff.
Right.
There's a changeup down and away.
Yeah, changeup that had almost the turnover sink down and away. So he missed fastball in, then off speed down and away.
One and one to Arcia. Another one. Same result. So is the theory then you show him the fastball inside and try to get him conscious of that and then throw the slop on the outside corner?
Well, you see the speed range 93 to 81. Yeah, I mean, you work both sides of the plate. See what they try to do here.
That kicks away, and Willingham can't quite pull the trigger on a run home. Lavarnway got most of it and had the ball rolled all the way to the Twins dugout. Willingham would have come home, but
yeah, this is a ballpark here. There's not a lot of room behind home plate, and that ball bouncing in front. Lavarier going over there, and then Dempster covering the home plate.
Two and two. And now 3-2. Plouffe on deck.
Tried to hit the inside corner and missed inside.
So now they'll go back outside with the changeup, don't you think? And he got a piece of it. Whatever that is at 82 miles per hour, circle change maybe.
One thing he's been able to do, I think all the changeups we've seen have been down. And that's what you want to try to do with a changeup, is drop it right on the other side of home plate. Fastballs inside, changeups away.
Might have left one on the inner half of the plate.
You can see no pitch has been in the Fox trap yet.
Don't throw him a strike.
No.
Garcia fighting his way through another long at bat against Dempster. Fastball away. Driven deep to the left field corner. About where Mauer's drive went.
Almost the same place.
Back in the first inning. Three two-strike fouls for Arcia in his battle against Ryan Dempster. Walked him, and Arcia works the veteran twice and coaxes a walk each time.
Hey, tried to slide her right there, but up in the zone. So Dempster walking Arcia for the second time, his fourth walk of the ball game. John Farrell got a little disgusted, I'm sure. Farrell himself, a pitcher, was actually a teammate of mine in spring training in 1986. Excuse me, 85. In spring training with the Indians. He came up with the Indians in 1987. He also pitched for the Angels and the Tigers. Won 36 major league games.
A big spot here for Trevor Plouffe. 2 on, 2 out. Up and away, ball one. A whopping 67 pitches for Ryan Dempster. But he's got a 3-run lead. 2-0. For him, at least tonight, is just get him into stretch position. His strike throwing percentage probably under 50% pitching from the stretch.
And he's battling it as Scott Diamond has.
You would think Trevor Plouffe would get a hittable pitch here on 2-0.
Maybe a cookie. And missed high.
Hicks on deck.
Dempster 18 pitches in the first inning, 30 in the second, and now 31 so far here in the third.
3-0. Plouffe might be green lighted here. And he fouls it. Twins in the middle innings last night, they had a lead and left a couple of men on in the fourth, left the bases full in the fifth, and had the right guys up. Bases loaded, 1 out. Willingham and Morneau were retired. That was the last time they had a base runner.
Some long innings here tonight. We saw Scott Diamond getting loose, trying to stay loose.
3-1 to Plouffe. And he walked them. And they're loaded up now for Aaron Hicks.
5th walk for Dempster. And Juan Nieves, a pitching coach, on his way out.
Easiest inning Dempster had was the first inning when he gave up a 2-out single to Morneau but faced just 4 men. He really wrestled with himself in the second, and now again here in the third. Hicks hit the ground ball behind the third base bag, and Middlebrooks made just a very smart play. Good throw in an awkward position, throwing through foul territory to get Doman before he got to the plate. Bases loaded for the second inning in a row. And Hicks sends it to right field. This ball's up to right field and caught on the edge of the track by Nava. So the Twins leave the bases full for the second inning in a row. Up by 3.
That's been David Ortiz so far in the first inning off of Scott Diamond. A big 3-run home run, giving the Red Sox an early 3-0 lead. Ortiz knocking in another run in the 3rd inning. And for the Twins, Pedro Flormol, an RBI single in the 2nd inning.
As we zoom along into the 4th inning. Up and away to Will Middlebrooks.
I don't think we can use the word zoom.
Middlebrooks, Lavarnway, and Siriaco will face Diamond in the 4th. Middlebrooks singled sharply to left and then was taken off the bases with a double play grounder. Ball 1, ball 2. That's been the story of Scott Diamond's night. Sometimes pitchers have to wait out a long half inning while their team is hitting, and you don't mind that when you score runs, but Diamond had to sit a long time in the bottom of the 3rd, and the Twins didn't even score him a run. All the walks, the trips to the mound, long at bats.
Well, you still come out and you attack the strike zone, and Diamond has not been very good at that here tonight.
A walk to start the 4th.
Yeah, his 3rd walk.
And now Lavarnway, who hit into a double play almost as soon as Middlebrooks got to first base. Anthony Swarzak starting to get loose. Diamond got a ground ball double play in the 1st and 2nd inning. Down and in, ball 1. Doman scrambles to pick up the baseball. Strike 1-1.
Lavarnway, 25 years old, signed by the Red Sox in 2008 out of Yale University. Same place that they have Craig Breslow. He was out of Yale.
That's right.
Imagine if they sit on the plane together, their conversation.
They'd be all alone. There wouldn't be another teammate within 3 rows of them. Up high, 2-1.
I'd like to be sitting between them saying, what'd you say? What does that mean?
You'd be sitting there doing your Sudoku, and they'd be solving some calculus problem or something. There's Breslow. Brief time, was a good relief pitcher for the Twins. 2-1 to Lavarnway. Foul away. I was just thinking about that. If you were on a plane ride sitting between Lavarnway and Breslow, you could tell everyone on the team that that row had an IQ of over 300.
So what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm just, you know, it could be over 400. I don't know.
And if you were sitting there, what would it be?
Same thing. 2-2. Hit hard to center. Hicks is there to catch the liner for the first out.
Well, I would like to sit there between those two guys and just learn. Never quit learning, no matter how old you are.
I'm just imagining how thrilling it would be for them.
For them, yeah.
To teach you or me.
Come on, you want another course? Let's go.
All right, one down. Here's Siriaco. He hit a fly ball to Arcia in right field. There goes another one to Arcia. 2 down. Diamond will take all of these one-pitch outs.
Yes, he will.
Single game suite rentals make seeing a game at Target Field an extra special experience. Most suites are spoken for this year, but they do remain available for the holiday week of July 1st through the 4th when the Twins host the Yankees. Yankee Series suites accommodate from 16 to 50 guests, and that includes food and beverage. Find out more by calling 612-375-7454 or visiting twinsbaseball.com/groups. Here's Ellsbury, single and a run scored and a ground ball to second. No, ball one. Got it at the corner.
Still trying to figure out what my IQ would be.
Well, it probably would need to be, to get over 300 with those two guys, it would probably need to be at least 30.
Well, I think I could do that.
You can do that.
I know how to spell my name.
Okay.
Frontwards and backwards.
And you do Sudoku.
Yes,
right?
I do. And I have my California math on my side.
There you go. 2-1.
And I know how many days before my next birthday. Come on.
Share it with us.
That's at least 60 or 70.
2-2. Shall we say a sluggish start to this game for both starting pitchers? 2-2 to Ellsbury. And fouled over the on-deck circle. Dempster playing with a lead before he threw his first pitch. That's deep to the left field corner, chased by Willingham, and that ball is just foul. We've had 3 balls hit down that way that threatened the 339 mark.
Yeah, they didn't have enough to go out, either Mauer's or Arcia's, but that little corner right there looked like it hit right off that short porch wall that creeps up to that 339 mark in foul territory. Right there, that padded wall.
Grounder to short, and an easy play for Florimone to end the inning. A scoreless for it. It's 4-1.
circled right there. Join the game with his sons. Ryan Dempster out there to start his 4th inning of work. It's been a struggle for him too. 72 pitches, 38 strikes. He's walked 5, has 2 strikeouts, but he's given up only 3 hits.
Florimon drove in a run with a single his first time up, and he takes high ball 1. You know, we've commented about Diamond leaving everything up. It sure seems like that's an issue for Dempster here tonight as well. Swinging a foul, 1-1.
Yeah, Dempster again, strike 1. He's faced 18 batters, only 8 of 18 first pitch strikes.
Two and 1.
Second and a third inning, total 54 pitches by my California math. A lot of pitches thrown by both starters.
2-2. It'll be Florimon, Carroll, and Mauer. Another full count. It's not just all the walks, but who he's walked. He's walked Arcia twice. That's kind of hard to do. He walked Plouffe last inning. This one lifted to left field and hit well. Gomes back, and he makes the catch in front of the wall. Florimon. Is it a long ride to the opposite field? 1 away. And now Jamie Carroll.
Well, here it is, hit it, and Florimon did. He drove Gomes all the way back. Gomes bangs into the wall for the first out. Now the 5 walks by Dempster, that is a season high, but a couple times in games that he started, he walked 7 in a ball game. So he's got a ways to go yet.
He's only in the 4th inning. Carroll walks away. Didn't think that hit the corner, but 1-1 the count. Two and 1. As much of a struggle as it's been for Diamond and Dempster, I would imagine it hadn't been a picnic for Paul Schreiber, the home plate umpire, either. Toward the hole, Siriaco. And Napoli with a stretch. Carroll retired, out number 2.
A nice play by Siriaco right there, deep in the hole. Makes a nice throw across the diamond with something on it.
Celebrate with the Twins the 20th anniversary of The Sandlot. A special screening on the Target Field scoreboard tomorrow after the Twins game. Special guests include the director and narrator David Mickey Evans, plus Ham and other members from the cast. Get your tickets, go to the game, stay for the Sandlot screening. And if you can't make it to the game, watch it all tomorrow on Fox Sports North. Here's Mauer. Changeup floats over, strike 1.
Where you grew up, did they have any drive-in theaters?
Oh, yeah.
You know, they don't have that many anymore. I know in California, same thing. No longer there.
I think last check, there was still one in the Twin Cities area and one in central Minnesota. That's about it.
But what a great place to come and say, watch a movie. Say one of these new flicks that are out that are first time. You could come in here, open up the concessions and watch a movie. It would be a great place to watch a premiere movie.
It's not the same though as having a tinny little speaker hanging on your car window,
There's a theater in Lake Elmo, Valley High.
I wonder if they're still showing Billy Jack. That was the big movie I went to, the drive-in theater. Billy Jack, I bet you I saw that
Bronco Billy.
8 times at a drive-in theater. 2-2 to Joe Mauer. I cannot figure out why Joe Mauer can't figure out Ryan Dempster. It's not just that he hasn't gotten many hits, but all the strikeouts. The strikeout with the bases loaded in the second inning, the 7th time that Dempster has struck out Mauer. That's to the left field corner and down for a hit. Mauer will get a 2-out extra base hit. And that'll bring up Morneau.
And another double for Joe Mauer, his 17th. And that keeps his hitting streak going now at 15 games. Taking that fastball, might have been a changeup the other way, and this time it stays fair. Joe was hoping to do this in his last at-bat in the second inning when he had bases loaded.
Now the Twins need another 2-out hit. The story of the night is the Red Sox have gotten some hits with men in scoring position, principally from Ortiz, and the Twins still looking for a big hit. Strike over the inside corner. Morneau just poked the ball down toward the third base bag in fair territory, and with a shift on in the first inning, the ball dribbled into left field for a base hit.
Yeah, this time a little more standard infield against Justin.
1-1. 7 men left on for the Twins. They've left the bases full in each of the last 2 innings. Up high, 2-1. Checked his swing, but they say he went. Schreiber said he committed at it. So instead of 3-1, it's 2-2. Yeah, yes he did. Two and two to Morneau. Chipped foul over the Boston dugout.
Well, you have to go 5 innings to qualify if you're a starter to get the win, and Dempster already at 92 pitches.
You know, if Morneau reaches, he's going to have 100 pitches in all likelihood before he gets out of the 4th inning. Willingham on deck, hoping for a chance. Two and two. To right field, base hit. Mauer to third. They're going to wave him in. Nava's throw coming to the plate, and Morneau drives in a run with a single. It's 4-2. Morneau's second hit, pulling it in front of Nava. And with 2 outs, Mauer leaving second base with a crack of the bat.
Yeah, it looked like he left a changeup up right there, and Justin lined it sharply into right. And with 2 outs, Joe Mauer at second base off with a crack of the bat. Well, Nava comes in and he overshoots the cutoff man. That being Napoli. And Justin stayed at first base. With Morneau picking up his 29th RBI of the year. That's a 4-2 ball game.
Now Willingham, who doubled to left center field, just out of the reach of Ellsbury with 1 out in the 3rd. Now 2 for 16 in his career against Dempster. up and in, ball one.
See, if I'm Willingham, I look at it, I'm 1-for-1 against him. A double in his last at bat.
Starting about 7:30 tonight. Yep.
That's right.
Two and 0.
Carroll talking to pitching coach Juan Nieves, I'm sure, about the pitch count, where he's at.
3-0 with Domit on deck. Dempster, the veteran, having a very tough time getting the third out in an inning. 2 outs in the second. Twins got a single and a walk after 2 were out. A pair of 2-out walks in the third. Now a pair of 2-out hits in the fourth. Driven to left, hanging in the air for Ellsbury. Willingham just missed tying it up. Got the green light on 3-0 and just hit it off the end of the bat. A Mauer double backed up by a Morneau single, and it's 4-2.
Welcome back to Target Field. Twins trying to put a rally together against the Boston Red Sox. I'm Jamie Hirsch inside the Minnesota Lottery winner's circle with a new Twins fan from a long ways away. Sarah coming all the way from Denmark, and she's got a very interesting circle me, Bert. I'm going to have you pronounce this because I'll mess it up.
All right, it says...
Oh, hold it to the camera.
Oh, but I can't read... Oh, here we go. Put en cirkel omkring mig, bird.
Okay, so put me in a circle, basically.
Pretty much.
This is a very American thing to do, go to a baseball game. How are you liking it?
I love it. I love the atmosphere, and people are awesome.
Well, we are happy to have you here. She's been here about 9 months as a foreign exchange student at Andover High School, here with some family friends, and so she's just under legal lotto age, so we're going to give it to the adults in the group, but you are winning $100 worth of scratch-off tickets from the Minnesota Lottery.
Thanks so much. We'll enjoy that.
Thank you for being here. Dick and Bert, we've got Twins fans all around the world.
Yeah, dunk your wall. And you are hereby circled.
What'd that mean?
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Dunk your wall.
First pitch strike, now a ball whacked to the wall in left field, and Gomes starts the 5th inning with a double. Red Sox have had a leadoff man on in 4 of the 5 innings against Scott Diamond, and the Twins no sooner score a run than the Red Sox put together another threat.
Well, that's what Diamond allowed in the 3rd inning. The Twins made it a 3-1 ball game. Boom, the Red Sox came right back with David Ortiz's RBI single.
As we did last night, we have invited Tom Kelly to come up and be with us in the 5th inning. And Tom, you always stress the pace of the game and all that. This would have been a very tough game for you to manage, I suspect.
to manage. You worry so much about your players in the field just standing around, and to watch the Red Sox hurler Dempster, who's a veteran guy, to take as long. I suspect he's maybe hurting a little bit, Bert, and he's got to take time out there to recover before he throws his next pitch, because it's not very pretty. When he starts throwing the 3-2 breaking balls to Domit and Arcea with a 3-0 lead, come on.
Yeah,
I mean,
he always had a
on?
pretty good slider. Haven't seen a lot of sliders, mainly fastball, changeup.
Mostly those breaking balls, I think they are sliders, and they're all been balls. Every one of them, not been close to the strike zone. And why he's throwing them on 3 and 2, I guess he figures we're going to chase. It's the only thing.
2 strikes to Pedroia, a walk and a single against Diamond so far, and down and away, ball 1.
I called this guy Pedroza before.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I remembered, oh yeah, he's a jockey.
Did your horse win in the Preakness?
No. I didn't get to see the race, but my understanding was that he ran as fast as I would probably.
Okay.
So that's not good. Not a good event. No.
And now Diamond misses again. It's 2 and 2.
But this Pedroia guy, he's been a talented guy, all-star player, and he certainly can show you a little bit about playing second base as well.
You know, I thought about Pedroia today, and in essence, to me, it seems like the Red Sox have had for a number of years now at second base what the Yankees have had at short with Derek Jeter. Is that too much of a simplification? Here's a drive to right center field. And Arcea is going to have it go by him to the wall. Another Red Sox run. Another extra base hit. A pair of doubles quickly here in the 5th.
Well, you know what I like, Dick? You know I like those opposite field shots like that.
Right.
And that's just a wonderful swing. He just laid on that ball, and he drove it out there like he knew what he was doing. And these are the kind of things where we like to see, or I would like to see our younger players do a little bit more of, and drive some balls to the opposite way.
Well, does it help right there? You got Gomes at second base, nobody out. Pedroia knows who's on deck. David Ortiz, I'm going to get him over to third. He just got, a double. He drove in a run with a double.
Yeah, it's excellent hitting. He's an all-star player. That's why he's an all-star. That's bottom line, all-star type.
Base is open. Ortiz already has 5 hits in the series and 4 runs batted in today. Anthony Swarzak warming up, and Domit to the mound to buy a little time.
I think Pedroia is going to have to go a few more years before we put him in that Derek Jeter type mode, but you make a good case, that's for sure. I'm sure people in Boston would readily jump on that bandwagon as well.
Ortiz a 3-run homer in the 1st. And Diamond comes right after and gets a swinging strike.
Boy, there's some good young second basemen in both leagues, but you look at the American League, probably Robinson Cano. He's probably the youngest.
Right.
That look at Pedroia and you say, Pedroia's, MVP, 2-time All-Star, good player.
Yeah, absolutely. They're the top 2 guys without question. Oh.
Ortiz moved off the plate.
Get the feet moving. David hit the home run early in the game. He just got that pitch stayed up. That's a breaking ball, I do believe.
Yep.
It stayed up in the zone.
Right over the middle of the plate. There's a slider in a better spot.
Yep, that's a harder breaking ball there. Better location. Well, both starters have struggled here. A lot of pitches thrown in this ball game. Dempster, 4 innings, has thrown 97. And Diamond.
Bert, to allude to your point, which you've made numerous times over the years about the bullpens, and we talk about bullpens a lot, and tonight's going to be another night for bullpens, I'm afraid to say, and we're going to use probably 4 or 5 on each team. And this is how those dominoes start to fall later on in the summer, where, you use somebody so much to make up for the starter not pitching into the game. Well, he gets hurt a little bit. Now you have to replace him. Replace him from somebody from the minor leagues, maybe not as good, and he doesn't do the job. And it becomes a domino. So it's hard to stop.
Florimon knocks it down. And Ortiz retired for an out, and Pedroia goes to third.
That was a bullet right there to Florimon. It kind of ricocheted.
Yeah. I think that was a diamond cutter, but Florimon was standing in the middle of the diamond.
Woo. And Ron Tires coming out to make a change.
The last couple have been hit pretty hard.
Yep.
probably Tom.
Well, you know what? Florimone sets himself up. He knew he had enough time because who was running, so he didn't try to hurry his throw. He got the out.
A little more showing a lot of maturity, and it's good to see those kind of plays.
Yep.
Scott Diamond struggles at target field continue, and Anthony Swarzak will come in for the Twins. Twins can get out of this 5th inning without any more damage being done. MLB.TV celebrates 11 years with new low yearly prices. Watch every out-of-market game live on over 350 supported mobile and connected devices in HD quality with MLB.TV Premium. Visit MLB.TV today. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere.
Yeah, they ditched their prom to be here tonight. So.
Wow.
Very nice.
That's baseball fans.
Well, Anthony Swarzak coming in relief. Something that he's accustomed to, of pitching multi-innings. He last worked on Wednesday against the White Sox, 2 shutout innings, even though the Twins lost 9-4. He's one of these guys out of the bullpen, Tom, that
right.
you know, the Twins really rely on to pitch 2, 3, sometimes 4 innings.
He's been one of them guys, and hopefully he can get some of that done again here tonight. And right now, immediately, we need a little bit of a grounder. Gardy's got the infield in and decided that we got to stop it right now. 5-2, that's enough.
Infield in, Swarzak facing Napoli. Blocked by Doman, 2-0. Second start of less than 6 innings for Diamond here in this homestand. 5 2/3 innings against the Orioles, and now 4 1/3 against the Red Sox. 2-0 to Napoli. 3-0 with Nava on deck.
Green light coming up, Richard?
I would think so.
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
with this guy.
Why not? Infield in. Look for the cookie. Hit it hard somewhere, probably a fly ball.
Napoli, one of those guys, has that uppercut swing anyway.
I was going to
He's
say,
looking to get a fly ball.
Absolutely.
Drops a breaking ball but misses.
I think we fooled the umpire.
Yep. Hey.
That was a ball.
And a 4-pitch walk.
Wow.
A bemused look by Swarzak, who thought he cut the plate in half.
Whew. Well, let's see what Fox Track says. Pretty good pitch. But you know, you got to. Paul Schreiber hasn't really called a lot of strikes. He hasn't been able to tonight. Ball's been all over the place.
I think he knows he missed that one. He's talking to Doman.
Well, Nava has hit into 1 double play already tonight. The Twins have turned 2. Get out of this mess with just 1 run allowed. You count your blessings and grab some bats.
Turn into an omen.
Down and away, ball 1.
This fella here we've seen play in the minor leagues quite a bit. he's one of them guys that, you know, if you're a Red Sox fan, any kind of fan of baseball, this is the kind of guy you root for. He's probably made himself into a player and a serviceable player in the major leagues. Playing for the Boston Red Sox, that's pretty good.
Well, I mentioned last night, Nava, you know, 30 years old. He was drafted out of college. He ended up playing in the Golden Baseball Independent League and signed out of there by the Boston Red Sox in 2008. A guy that didn't give up on his dream.
2-0 to Nava.
Sort of like the root for him, but not him.
Well, he can do what he did to end the first inning. Hit a little 4-6-3 double play.
Swarzak finds the strike zone after 6 balls.
We'll root for him after he leaves
right.
town.
Yep.
Yes.
Fair enough. I'm sure he understands.
Popped up to left. Tagging from third is Pedroia. Willingham with the catch, and he'll fire to second base. So a sacrifice fly, a 2-run inning for Boston.
That's for all the young outfielders out there and the kids watching the game here tonight in first and third. The base runners did the proper thing, and Willingham did the proper thing by getting it into second base and not allowing that runner to go to second, putting another run scoring opportunity out there for the opposing team. So it's a good lesson for everybody right there.
I'm sure as a major league manager you had to do it, but maybe more so as a minor league manager to try to encourage players to not try to make a play that they can't make. Don't throw home when you don't have a chance of getting the runner there.
We used to call them Superman plays.
Middlebrooks with a single to center, first and second, 2 down.
That was a diamond cover.
Nava with that sacrifice fly driving in his 25th run.
The Middlebrook, since he hurt his rib, he's been doing pretty good. He got in a funk after he hit them 3 home runs that one day. Had like 90 RBIs in that 1-2 games, whatever he had, and then he hurt himself in Boston.
Yeah.
And he's cut back on his swing, and now he's hitting the ball hard again. But I think you commented last night about all the doubles he had and extra base hits.
Pair of singles here. He had
2 bullets.
Right, 8 straight extra base hits before the 2 singles tonight. Here's Lavarnway. Toward the hole and through. Napoli is going to be waved in. Willingham's throw coming through. And now the throw to third, and they get the runner there. A 3-run for the Red Sox. Lavarnway driving in a run, and the Red Sox now lead by 5. First half of the game goes to the Red Sox. We'll see if the Twins can turn things around in the second half.
Well, Ryan Dempster going out there with 97 pitches. Try to remember, you have to have 5 innings in to qualify for a victory.
I hope he doesn't get it.
It has been
You're not impressed with how he's handled this tonight?
Not really.
Doma, Arcia, and Plouffe to try to generate yet another threat. The Twins have left the bases loaded twice. There's a first pitch strike. Doma walked in the second, got as far as third base, was thrown out trying to score later in the inning. Fouled back, 2 strikes.
Yeah, Dempster, we've seen him with the fastball at 93 to 95 prior, but I think he's topped out at maybe 91 in this outing so far.
And that's why I thought maybe hurting a little bit. He's misfired, too many times. Really put himself in a bad spot. Teammates in a bad spot.
Yeah, clocked as high as 93, as low as 81.
I think you're correct. Most of them been 91, 90, 91, 92. I think I saw.
In the dirt, 1 and 2. One of the rare times where Dempster's gotten ahead of a hitter, 0 and 2. But many guys as he's walked, he's had that many 3-2 counts that didn't lead to walks.
Just from my experience, when pitchers, this guy's a pretty good pitcher now. He seems to be a hard time throwing some strikes. And I'm sure he doesn't want to throw all these pitches. That's why I think he might be hurting a little bit. That's just my opinion.
Dempster again, 126 major league wins.
Oh.
Another 3-2 count. And as I mentioned before you came here, Tom, it's not just the high number of walks of who he's walked. He's walked Arcia twice. That's hard to do.
Yeah, it is hard to do.
Foul back. Doma with another 2-strike foul.
Well, most pitches he's thrown in a ball game so far this year, 110. And that was against the Twins 2 starts ago when he did go into the 8th inning. Here he's trying to get through the 5th.
Change up, hung up, and Doma clobbers it to the wall. And it'll be a double for Doma. And the Twins get a leadoff double instead of a 1 or 2 out double.
I believe that's a changeup, isn't it, Junior? And I just have a hard time with why.
Here, a 5-run lead. That's great. Almost the same pitch that Justin got on that 3-2 RBI single last inning.
I know the game's changed some over the years, but I just have a hard time understanding.
Doman's 12th extra base hit. 3 of them have come against Dempster. He now has a couple of doubles and a home run against him, and we'll see what develops here in the 5th. Arcia's been walked twice.
Well, you just wonder how long John Farrell will go with Dempster.
I think this past week he's used an awful lot of people in his bullpen down in Tampa.
Yeah.
There was a lot of runs scored, and here he is last 2 nights with going to have more issues with his bullpen. So I'm sure he's trying to get as much as he can, but you're down. You see him stirring down there now, so got to be getting near the end.
In the dirt, 1-1.
Sure, the manager would like to get him his 5 innings, at least give him an opportunity to get his W. But you got to draw some lines in the sand too. He's given plenty of opportunity, 100 and some odd pitches in less than 5 innings. I mean, that's more than fair.
Saw Clayton Mortensen loosening up.
Bouncer right side. Doman advances. Arcia retired, 1 away.
It's a good solid swing. He hit a good solid ground ball right at him, but unfortunately it was right out.
Hey TK, before you leave us here tonight, you were talking on the pregame. You were talking Joe Mauer. You know, he played a lot of different sports.
Yeah.
You growing up, did you play other sports than just baseball?
Yeah, we had basketball.
Right.
We played football, not organized, but we played nothing organized. My high school, we only had basketball and baseball. That's all we had. I just want
to get your thoughts, because I did too. I played basketball, football, ranked cross country. There's a ground ball that'll create a run, but the second out is recorded. But What do you think about young kids? With all the travel teams, they're playing baseball year-round.
Personally, I think the kids should play all the sports because it gives them more chances to use their muscles, develop their muscles, their skills, motor skills, all that stuff. And I think, Bert, if you talk to our strength guy, Perry Castellano, he can explain this to you way better than I can. About there's studies going to be coming out here shortly about the injuries in sports. In baseball, I think we'd all agree. You look at these crawls on the bottom of the screen. This guy's hurt 15 days here, 60 days here. It's every night there's more on the screen. More guys are getting hurt. And there's got to be a reason they're getting hurt. And I think there's a study that's going to come out. And kids are being, I don't say they're being forced to play one sport or pick one, whether it's hockey, and you end up playing it all your life, basically. And you, forsake your baseball or basketball or whatever sport. And I think they've been forced to pick one. And I think it's really wrong. I just wish they'd play all the sports and end up using all the muscles and learning how to use them. But, you know, Perry, maybe some rain delayed game, he'd be a good guy to ask about this because it's going to be a very popular subject, and he can tell you when it's going to be coming out because I know he's involved in it very much so.
Maybe tonight, rain delay in the seventh inning.
She's still on the mound.
Now 3-1 to Hicks with Florimone on the. We got clear skies, but
I just wanted to bring that up because, you know, my grandson plays in the farm or the traveling, but it just seems like a lot of baseball.
Well, I think if they have the opportunities,
play other sports.
Play them all.
Enjoy
as
all
many as you can. You make more friends, more social, instead of being with the same group per se. And,
well, we used to have the neighborhood baseball too, and now it's your neighbor plays on one travel team, I'm on another.
That's not.
And you don't get a chance to know even the kids in your own school.
Hicks draws a walk. Now he's so close to the fifth inning. You've got to let it ride. The number 9 hitter is up. But, John Farrell's spent more time pacing the last 2 innings than watching the game.
Yeah, there's not much he can do right now. He has to try to let Dempster try to finish his 6th walk. Again, that's not a career high. Twice he walked 7 in a ball game.
Well, here's Florimone, who singled in a run, a diamond cutter, if I may use your term.
And he blasted one on left field.
Then he hit one to the opposite field to the warning track for an out.
Now, see, if I'm Ryan Dempster right now and I have this 4-run lead, I'm basically saying fastball away, fastball away, fastball away. Let's see what you can do.
I even tell him it's coming.
Yeah.
Here it's coming.
Please hit it at somebody.
Please, somebody, like Garcia did. He threw it in there and he hit it at somebody. What a concept. It can happen.
Right there, he tries a breaking ball, not even close, and he falls behind.
I think he remembers Florimone last 2 off him pretty good so far tonight. Probably doesn't want to do it again.
Fouled away, 1-1.
You know, we always look at the pitchers on their counts, but what about both catchers? You know what they've had to go through tonight.
Calling a lot of pitches. And I haven't paid attention if the pitchers have been shaking their head. Sometimes when you manage, you pay attention to a lot of that. And we're shaking our head, and that can become a problem for everybody. And those things you sort of try to nip in the bud. But this kid here is the backup catcher, so I'm sure Dempster's calling his game and going to throw what he wants to throw.
Meanwhile, Doman caught all 10 innings last night, and he's got a marathon here tonight. Hicks takes off. Florimone swings and fouls at 2-2.
Well, we talked about the catchers now, and here we are in the bottom, of the 5th inning. The pitchers are going to leave, but the catchers are staying.
I like it. Salto Macchio, he's getting a break tonight. This guy's done a pretty good job, I think. as a backup type guy.
2-2 to Florimo. It's got to be what, a 2-2 changeup, don't you think?
Maybe they're throwing over.
Is that what the hook 'em?
Saw the two fingers and then the flip. That flip used to mean, you know,
we know
watch
about
out.
That. Yeah. Sometimes you didn't need to do the flip.
Phil Roof gave me one time. And I sure did, because I didn't want Roof to come out and squeeze my head off.
I remember that day Winnie took that big swing on you and he fell down in the box. Remember Winnie used to give that spinneroo?
Dave Winfield, yes.
And Bert's hat almost came off as the smoke was coming out.
Where was the next pitch, DK?
Wow. All I know is I had the glasses off and ready. And Winnie, I think he knew.
Yes.
Whoa, wow. That was real entertaining. Academy Awards, all that stuff. No. That was entertaining.
2-2 to Florimo.
Here we go.
Hicks takes off. It's ball 3. And a steal is second for Hicks.
No chance.
Well, Aaron Hicks steals his 4th base. Does get in the scoring position in 5 attempts. Another changeup.
So a full count to Florimo. And a hit to the outfield should get the Twins 1 run closer.
And I would think a hit right here with Chase Dempster.
There's your hit.
Yep.
Hicks around third. He'll come in. Nava's throw cut off.
No.
Florimo gets back to the bag. And the Twins get another 2-out hit from their number 9 hitter.
And I think I would think that Johnny Farrell, he's coming out right now. That's enough.
That's more than fair.
Every chance.
Dempster struggling with his control throughout. The Twins have got a couple of runs here in the 5th to get right back into it.
Yeah, the stolen base right there. Then a pitch left up. Florimo picking up his 2nd RBI. And, you know, now, you want to get your starter that 5 innings. But now, guess what? It's a team win.
Well, but he hasn't signaled yet.
Right. Bert, you're exactly right.
Oh, no, he's going to leave him
Oh,
out
my
there.
goodness gracious.
The door, I kept looking out of the bullpen door. He hadn't signaled
I'm
yet.
in absolute shock.
Yes,
I really am. It comes a point, I felt, Bert, even in the minor leagues as a manager, you owe it to your players. They got you 7 runs on the board. And now I understand the 5-inning thing and the bullpen's gotten beat up a little bit, but, you got to draw some lines in the sand. But
John Farrell right here catering the one guy, and that being Dempster.
Sure seems that way, but John Farrell was a pitcher, and I think if the manager was a player, I think he'd not been gone a couple of hitters ago. But again, I'm sort of shocked. Wow.
Here's Carroll. Florimo goes. And an easy steal is second, and he'll stay put there. And now Carroll, if he can get a hit to the outfield, will drive in another run.
And Florimo stealing his 5th base in 5 attempts. He stole a base in last night's ball game.
Well, with that leg kick, as slow as he is to home, I believe it was 1-5 something. I believe. I don't have my watch, but the fellas down in the next booth, 2 booths over there, Rob and Jack Coyne had the watch on. I think they said 1-5-3 or something to home, and that's certainly not going to bode well for the catcher trying to throw somebody out.
Carroll flares it foul. That'll correct his back.
Yeah, and to correct myself, Florimo stole a base in that last game of the White Sox series, not last night.
Jack Coyne on the right, Rob Anthony on the left. A whopping 124 pitches for Ryan Dempster, and he's only gotten 14 outs. Two strikes to Carroll. Varnway digs one out of the batter's box.
Well, they have stats for everything, and the most pitches that Ryan Dempster has thrown in a ball game, 130, and that was back in 2000. Now at 125. But it doesn't say how many innings he went.
10 at bats with runners in scoring position. 1 and 2 to Carroll.
Wow.
Again in the dirt. 2 and 2.
Change up again.
And that's what we've seen. I mean, he's fallen behind hitters, but even when he's gotten ahead 0 and 2, the count has run full, and he's lost some batters to walks.
Correct.
And now a little bit of a stroll around the mound. Two and 2 to Carroll. Mauer on deck. That's flipped down the line. Base hit. Florimon around third, and the Twins draw 1 run closer. The Twins answer a 3-run top of the 5th with a 3-run bottom of the 5th, and this time there will be no talking yourself back into the game.
Well, slider right there. Great hitting by Jamie Carroll. Remember in the first inning, he struck out on that pitch.
Yeah, that was
this time, he hits it softly.
I think that's one of the better pitches he's thrown, actually, tonight. That was a pretty good pitch.
So the Twins are back within 2, and Mauer will come to the plate against the new Boston pitcher.
Before he faced Carroll, and I think we all anticipated that, he's going to take him out right there. If I'm begging you, is there something that I could have told you to keep me in the ballgame at that time?
If I wanted the bullpen guy to warm up a little longer, I would have let you talk and then take you out. But if he's all warmed up, I would have done it before I got out there. So there's no chance of too much going on. No, I think most managers make up their mind before they go out there what they're going to do.
Well, you can see almost Johnny Farrell talking to,
I'm shocked. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm naive or something. I don't know, right?
Well, Clayton Mortensen will come out of the Boston bullpen. He throws hard. He'll pitch to Joe Mauer, who now suddenly represents the tying run. Since the second out, Plouffe's broken back grounder that scored Doman. Dempster walked hits, gave up hits to Florimon and Carroll that each drove in a run. And so now Mauer comes to the plate representing the tying run.
Stolen bases.
Yeah, Mortensen with a good moving fastball, good sink, very good slider. He'll mention a curveball and a changeup.
Mauer doubled to the left field corner his last time up. Tommy brought up a good point. The stolen base and set up the run scoring singles in each case.
Correct.
Yep. Carroll chased back to the bag.
I'm sure John Farrell had his reasons to leave him in, and I'm sure he's trying to save the bullpen. But this kid's warmed up for what, good 15-20 minutes, so you know that's not good either.
Yeah, he got up as soon as Ryan Doman hit the double.
Well, before he was a Boston manager, Farrell was a Boston pitching coach, and he must have had flashbacks of Daisuke Matsuzaka.
Oh my! Don't bring it.
Watching
please,
Dempster.
easy.
Yeah, good point.
Ooh. That fella rained him. He got sent down to minors for a rehab start, and I happened to be there. I went, oh no.
Mauer takes ball 1.
Running the dice pit.
Mauer extended his hitting streak with his 4th inning double. Here's another way of explaining or showing what we've witnessed here tonight. Twins are down 2 runs. They've been down all night long. This is Mauer's 4th plate appearance, and we're only in the 5th inning.
Are we on 14 games? Hitting 15? What are we on?
15 now.
15 now.
15
with the
now.
double. Yep.
That's a big number. Just think what Joe DiMaggio, when he popped the 56, if that's correct. We see how hot Joe has been.
Yeah, Mortensen at 6'4", 185. Unusual type delivery.
Ooh. Rocketed over Pedroia. Carroll will hold at second. So Mauer stings a liner to right, and the inning continues. And that'll get Morneau to the plate with the tying run at first.
Well, Joe picking up his second hit, sinking fastball. Joe put some good wood on it over the leaping Pedroia into right field.
It just stayed up enough and had enough of the plate for Joe to really lay the barrel. And there's another bullet.
Morneau singled into first. Hit a fly ball to center in the 3rd. Then drove in another run with a single in the 4th.
Remember the groundskeeper in Boston, Joe Mooney?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, me and Joe got to be pretty good friends over the years, and there was one Saturday afternoon game, and I had gone to the mound about 8 times, 6, 7 innings, whatever it was. I was maneuvering. We're trying to win, and you know we wouldn't beat the Red Sox too much in Boston, so I'm maneuvering. I'm lefty. I'm bringing them all in. I'm going to get this done. And he called the dugout, and they said, Joe Mooney's on the phone. He says, how about walking in a different spot? You're killing my grass. And it sort of reminded me of the pitching coach. The kid was out there, threw 3 or 4 pitches, and here he comes again.
You're killing my grass.
Yeah, Joe told him.
Morneau takes ball 1. Morneau has yet to hit a home run in the month of May. Just throw that out there. Another breaking ball that wasn't close.
Well, if he hits it over the fence, Dempster still can't lose, right? Well, he can't win either. Right? He didn't pitch 5 innings.
He's not going to win.
Nothing. He can't lose because his runner's on second, right?
Yep.
So 7-6. He'd get out of there with 6 runs. Wow.
3-0. Now Morneau had the green light last night on 3-0, and he hit it a mile in the air.
Well, the Hammers hit the ball a couple times tonight and looked a little better, but I got to think it's green light here. Oh,
and he hit it a mile in the air again. Ellsbury streaking in.
The left fielder doesn't see the ball,
and neither does the shortstop Siriaco. So Ellsbury tracked it, and the Twins leave 2 aboard. They score 3, and our thanks to Tom Kelly for getting the Twins back within 2.
Yep. Thank you, Skip.
Coors Light. Remember the guy in the blue Twins jersey.
Yeah, in the first inning, a breaking ball of David Ortiz hitting a 3-run home run. The gentleman has it in his glove, but then drops it.
Oh, heartbreak.
So what does Arcia do? He throws it back up, but not to the guy in the blue. Hey, you had your chance.
Well, Anthony Swarzak finds himself now in a game. And, boy, we didn't think much of it at the time. Really ugly top of the 5th inning. The Red Sox scored 3 runs. The final out was recorded at third base. Middlebrooks thrown out. Or the Red Sox might have added to their 3-run inning. Then the Twins come back with 3. It's a 2-run game, and Siriaco leads off the 6th. 1-1.
And Swarzak knows what his job is right here. Try to get the Twins back in their dugout as quick as possible. And that really hasn't worked for either side tonight.
Nothing's worked for either side.
How about a 1-2-3 inning? There has not been one yet tonight.
This game's more than 2.5 hours old.
It's a good thing it started at 6 o'clock. We have a day game tomorrow. We can just sleep here.
Florimone focusing on the ball. Got him by a step. Most of the bat ended up at Florimone's feet, but he threw him out.
Siriaco can just downright fly down that line, too. And Florimone, I think he knew this right here. You see the barrel of the bat going to the left of Plouffe, but look at that cannon across the infield. Wow.
And now Ellsbury takes ball 1.
Remember, David Ortiz grounded out in the 5th inning where he hit that rocket, and then, you know, Florimone knocked it down. He had time to pick it up, and he knew who was running. And that comes with just watching who's at the plate, how quick they are down the line. And I think Florimone is really adjusted well. He knew that Siriaco could run down that line. He knew he had to put something on that throw.
2-0. Now, I'll say this. We're about 1/4 of the way through. And as is the case, I suppose, for the other 29 teams, there have been some pleasant surprises and some disappointments along the way. I think one of the best things that's happened to the Twins is the development of Florimone at short, both at the plate and in the field. Now, he had a really rough first week and a half. A lot of errors, and if you want to attribute it to the cold, or if you want to say, hey, he's just got to play through it, whatever, but it happened to coincide with some of the coldest weather anybody's ever played baseball in. 3-1. And a high fly to right. Arcia under it for the catch. 2 down. And he's developed into a decent enough hitter to stay in the lineup.
All right, last night's ballgame, a big 2-run home run off of a very good pitcher in Clay Buchholz. And then tonight, a couple times, driving the ball. That one an RBI single. Then he picked up another RBI single in the 5th. Yeah, as the sun is setting, that twilight, you can see outfielders, infielders having a tough time seeing that high fly ball.
Yeah, we saw Siriaco and Gomes not able to track Morneau's fly ball in the twilight. 2 down here in the 6th. First 2 batters have been retired.
Quiet. Maybe nobody knows.
Gomes has reached twice and scored. Breaking ball missing. Swarzak was charged with one of the runs in the 5th inning after he walked the first man he faced. Fly ball center field.
Could it be?
Aaron Hicks puts it away. A 1-2-3, top of the 6th.
Say it again.
A 1-2-3, top of the 6th. Sports North is presented by McDonald's. Right now, you can get 20 crispy chicken McNuggets for just $4.99 at McDonald's. And by Toyota. Let's go places. To find the nearest Toyota dealer and check out our current offers, visit buyatoyota.com. Josh Willingham, Ryan Doman, Oswaldo Arcia, the 4, 5, and 6 batters to face Mortensen, who came in and gave up a single and a fly ball on a 3-0 count to Morneau. See if Willingham takes a pitch here. He takes strike one.
Hey, between innings, they do the kiss cam, and then they had an engagement. Somebody proposed.
Proposal, right?
Proposal. What? Was she happy or what? Unbelievable. See how she feels in about a year.
Swing and a miss, 2 strikes. Willingham had the green light on 3-0 in the 4th. And then in the 5th, tying run at first, Morneau got green lighted on 3-0 and skied it into the air. Mortensen didn't even come close to the strike zone. 1-2.
Yeah, Mortensen in his second season with Boston. He came up last year, made 26 relief appearances. But in the last 5 years, he's been with 4 different major league teams. The Cardinals, the A's, the Rockies, and now in his second season with the Red Sox.
Hook foul. Hit hard. Hook foul.
Yeah, good swing there.
Tom Kelly, nice enough to be with us. If he were here, maybe we'll have an opportunity tomorrow to discuss it with him. Interested in what goes into a manager's thinking and giving the green light on 3-0. It's the right guys. Morneau, a third place hitter. Willingham, a cleanup hitter. 35 home runs a year ago. 1-2. And that hit his bat. Knocked the bat right out of his hands. A breaking ball over his helmet. Willingham, that's the first time we've seen him smile in about 2.5 weeks.
Well, he's just trying to get out of the way. I saw this happen one time. The Willie Stargell did the same thing, and he kind of stared out at the pitcher like, what's going on here?
So it's still 1-2. Mortensen didn't seem to have any better command
Now,
than
see,
Dempster.
if Willingham was really going bad, that ball would have landed in fair territory.
Yeah. Checked his swing. 2-2.
Mortensen making his 16th relief appearance. He has walked 10 batters in 21 innings pitched.
Now 3-2. Skied into the twilight. Ellsbury makes the catch about where Morneau's fly ball settled, 1 away. Ryan Doman will hit. Doman with a walk, a double, and a run scored. At the knee is a strike. Twins are leading the season series 3-2. The 2 Boston wins, both in extra innings. Golf to the corner. Playing the carom is Nava. Doman held to a single, but more and more Doman getting the barrel of the bat on the ball. He's reached 3 times tonight.
Yeah, that ball hit so sharply that Nava plays the carom, and by the time that Doman got to first base, that ball already had hit the wall. Nava gets it back in quickly.
So now here's Arcia. A couple of walks and a ground ball. And here comes Juan Nieves again, killing Larry DeVito's grass.
Like Greg Breslow starting to loosen up.
Breslow just starting to get loose. In that series at Fenway Park, the Twins had a lead in the series opener, 4-1, at about this stage of the game, and then the Red Sox pecked away and eventually won the game in 11 innings. And so now the Twins would like to do the same thing to the Red Sox, who frankly have no business having just a 2-run lead at this point. See if Arcia gets a fastball to hit here from Mortensen. Off the plate, ball 1. Mortensen has thrown 18 pitches, 9 strikes. They may as well have left Dempster in there. Two and 0.
Mortensen trying to get that sinker down and away, but he's missed twice.
Over his head. That with the fastball.
Saw one throw over the head of Josh Willingham that hit his bat. This one just trying to overthrow. No rhyme or reason, no purpose here other than just being a little wild.
Arcia came into the game with 5 walks. He's already walked twice, and it's 3-0 here from Mortensen.
Should almost get the same pitch that he got right there on 3-0.
Three and 1 to Arcia. And a walk. And I never would have imagined that Oswaldo Arcia would ever walk 3 times in one game.
And Johnny Farrell coming out. Even though Trevor Plouffe, a right-hander, coming up, he's bringing in the left-hander, Greg Breslow.
Well, we hope we've got nothing better to do. We've got a long ball game, and we're far from finished.
Hey, it's Saturday night.
Yeah, what else is there to do?
That's right.
girls at the Fox Sports North viewing party Thursday beginning at 5:30 from Maynard's on Lake Minnetonka in Excelsior. Watch the Twins take on the Tigers, win prizes, be on TV, and meet Jenny, Kaylin, and Angie. Visit foxsportsnorth.com. Click on the upcoming events banner for details.
Well, Craig Breslow coming in, former Twin. Spent some time on a disabled list. Left shoulder tendonitis for Breslow, making his 7th relief appearance. Breslow, of course, with the Twins in 2008 and 2009. Now in his 2nd season with the Red Sox.
Here's the distressed nature of the Boston bullpen. They have to bring Breslow in here, even though Plouffe is hitting .400 against left-handed pitching this year. And the game, the lead at least, is on the line here in the 6th inning.
Yeah, opponents hitting .200 off of Breslow so far. Not a lot of innings, as we showed you, but right-handers hitting .222, left-handers .182.
Mentioned it last night. It was just about at this point of last year where Plouffe took off on his home run tear. And boy, wouldn't a 3-run home run look good right now? Look at that, .400 without a home run against lefties. But 10 hits in 25 at bats. Off the plate, ball 1. Plouffe drove in a run with a ground ball in the 5th. Not a whole lot of speed out there on the bases, and Doman and Arcia. Off-speed pitch taken high, 2-0. Hicks on deck.
You mentioned earlier certain guys that Ron Gardenhire will let, maybe swing away 3-0. We've seen Plouffe get the green light.
I think, though, the Twins are bound to. He's nodding. Yep.
Let it fly.
Twins haven't had a conversion on 3-0 in a while. Taken for a strike. Chris Parmalee, a 3-0 way back in Baltimore, hit a home run.
But the pitch has to be to your liking. That was a pretty good pitch down. So, Trevor, I'm sure if he did get the green light, he's looking something, bell tie, middle in, that he could hit that 3-run home run.
Time call. Gardy was talking about that the other day. He says he likes to put the green light on. He says some hitters don't want it. They have a hard time pulling the trigger on a 3-0 swing. Ball 4, and Hicks will have another chance. This has been an absolute disaster for the Boston pitching staff. They may end up winning the game, but this has been awful.
8 walks so far by the staff. Dempster had 6, Mortensen 1, and now Breslow, first batter he faces, he walks.
And we've discussed at length, Hicks has been a lot better from the right side of the plate than the left, although not very good, but he has, what power he has shown too has come as a right-handed batter. Only one out, bases loaded for the 3rd time tonight. Tonight, Hicks has walked, stolen a base, and scored. Officially 0 for 2.
And Hicks, all 3 home runs have come off of left-handed pitchers.
And now Breslow takes a lot of time between pitches. Twins left the bases full in the 2nd and in the 3rd. Hicks looking for a big hit. Popped up short right field. That ball is going to be caught by Pedroia. Here comes Doman in. And Doman Smashes into LaVarnway. It's a double play. Great play by Pedroia. And the Twins don't score with the bases loaded and one out.
What a great play by Dustin Pedroia. Ortiz, a 3-run home run, giving the Red Sox a 3-0 lead in the first inning. And an ugly fifth inning. Dempster trying to get through 5, but unable to. Twins score 3 runs, make it a 7-5 ball game. Another stolen base. Jamie Carroll knocking in the 5th run. And finally, Ryan Dempster at 127 pitches taken out. And then we just saw Dustin Pedroia. Look at this throw. Right there. Dolman came in hard. Barnway able to hold on to the ball. What a play by Pedroia. It's like he knew that. You know, as soon as he caught it, he spun it through. Now, I don't know if, the right fielder, Navas, was yelling at him, home, 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 but.
Down and away a ball, 1-1. Dolman forcing a player to make a play. He's probably, Pedroia is the one guy you maybe shouldn't do that against, because he can make plays. He's just made one great defensive play after another. Down and away. Then you figure at the plate, he's been one of their hottest hitters. 19 for his last 39. He's reached all 3 times tonight. But there was a 1-2-3 top of the 6th, and how the Twins didn't score in the bottom of the inning, I haven't figured out yet. Breaking ball missing.
Well, 3 times in this ballgame, the Twins have left bases loaded. And here's a bases loaded opportunity that turns into a double play.
3-1 to Pedroia. And that peels the mask literally off of Dolman. 3-2. Swarzak gave up a walk and 2 hits entering the game in the middle of the 5th inning. Had the 1-2-3-6. Love to have a nice 1-2-3-7. And he walks Pedroia. So Pedroia with 2 hits and 2 walks. And that sets up Ortiz, come to the plate with another man aboard.
Yeah, 2nd walk for Swarzak, 5th walk by the Twins. Pitching staff and the Twins themselves have taken 8 walks here tonight.
Ortiz with a 3-run homer in the 1st, an RBI single in the 3rd. 277 pitches, 147 strikes.
Yeah, that is not good. You'd like to be two strikes to every ball thrown, but not tonight. Sometimes the moon may not be full, but it is in the ballpark.
Ortiz takes outside, ball 1. Ortiz was retired, but he hit a screaming one-hopper to Florimon, who had him played perfectly. Now a hard 2-hopper foul. One and one from Swarzak to Ortiz. Two and one. Casey Fiend warming up.
Gumby losing up again. He's up every night.
Blasted to right center field. Gone. 6 runs batted in for Ortiz, and the lead is doubled.
His second home run of the ball game, and the guy in blue up there, this time the ball was hit to his right. He had no chance to catch that.
In the Chicago series, it was Adam Dunn wrecking the Twins pitching staff. In this series, it's been Ortiz.
A high fastball, and David Ortiz knew it as soon as he hit it. And that's the first home run that Swarzak has allowed this year.
Strike one to Napoli. This is going to be an ugly win for somebody and an ugly loss for somebody else. The Red Sox somehow escaped.
I don't know if there's ever an ugly win.
In 1983, the White Sox, that was kind of their slogan, winning ugly. Inside 2-1. So 3 of the runs charged to Swarzak. 6 runs charged to Diamond. Still nobody out here in the 7th. And Napoli swings through a breaking ball. Three and two. Swarzak, 37 pitches, 16 strikes. Full count. And a walk will send Napoli to first.
Second walk of the inning for Swarzak, third in his relief appearance.
And Ron Gardenhire, and decent chance you at home have seen enough. Presley had joined Fiend, I don't know for how long, and it'll be Casey Fiend who will get the ball next for the Twins.
Gumby's coming in.
And the Red Sox lead by 4. join the Twins season ticket family this year, you'll be hitting the sweet spot. The sweet spot. Purchase any of the Twins season ticket packages and receive 10% off food, beverage, and merchandise bought at Target Field. Call 800-33-TWINS. Visit twinsbaseball.com. Check out the options. Learn about the cool benefits that come along with Twins season tickets.
Well, this is the Twins' 39th game and the 21st time that Gumby has made an appearance. Making his 21st relief appearance. He worked in yesterday's ball game, last night's ball game, 1/3 of an inning. Threw only 3 pitches, able to get that out and relieved.
Nobody out. Daniel Nava, the batter. He'll be followed by Middlebrooks. And we hope that's enough. Somebody hits a pop-up, somebody hits a double play. Strike one. Fiend winning points already in both dugouts, I think, for throwing a strike.
Well, he's a guy that does not take a lot of time between pitches either. He's ready to look for that sign and let's go. Give me that good sinker. Get me a ground ball.
Where was he at 6 o'clock? 1-1.
Sad to say, at 6 o'clock, he was probably waiting to get into the game. Like all the relievers. That's one thing Tom Kelly touched on, too. You know, if the starters only go 4 or 5, this bullpen, as good as it is, they have the lowest ERA coming into this ballgame in the American League combined bullpen ERA. But how much more can you ask of these guys? Scott Diamond tonight, 4 1/3 innings. Puts more pressure on the bullpen.
Two and two. The rare times you had control problems, didn't you used to claim that the mound was tilted?
I did that one time in Baltimore. I called the umpire out. I had walked the first, I think, 3 batters of a ball game, which I always had pretty good control. I called timeout. I asked the umpire. I told the umpire, this mound's tilted. They have to come and fix it. So he kind of looked at me like, are you nuts? I said, yeah, basically. And I did okay after that, after they fixed the mound.
A high fly to deep right field. And another 2-run home run by Nava.
Nava hitting his 6th home run of the game. Excuse me, of the year.
So the Twins had the bases loaded, 1 out in the 6th. They didn't score. And the Red Sox put at least 4 up in the top of the 7th.
His 4th home run as a left-handed hitter, 6 overall. And those fans have terrible hands out there.
1-0 to Middlebrooks. He's reached all 3 times.
Third home run that Casey Fiend has allowed, and all of them have been to the Boston Red Sox. He gave up a couple at Fenway Park back on May 6th.
Two and one. I'm sure I've seen games like this, but I don't remember them. Probably a defense mechanism. If you had games like this every night, you wouldn't be a fan of baseball, I don't suppose.
Well, it's going to happen. You're just going to have freaky games that happen throughout the year. This is one of those days.
2-2 to Middlebrooks.
I mean, it kind of started off with Ryan Dempster. Here's a guy that, you know, has over 300 major league starts. He had not been getting a lot of run support. He's got a 7-2 lead going in to the 5th inning. Yes, he's thrown a lot of pitches, but he couldn't get out of that 5th inning to be the pitcher of record.
Bouncer to third. Plouffe. Oh, that's a close play. They just barely got him. One down. That'll bring up Lavarnway. Lavarnway with an RBI single his last time up. He stood his ground and got flattened by Ryan Doman. I was going to say a few minutes ago, but it's probably about a half hour ago. Ball one. And Lavarnway trying to join the home run parade.
Lavarnway in the minor leagues, 85 home runs in the Boston minor league system. He's got some power. Getting a chance to get some at-bats. Came into this ball game 0 for 3. Picked up his first hit this year and his first RBI in his last at bat.
1-2. Football, they call it time of possession. If you did that in baseball, time in the field would probably be 60-40 at least in favor of the Red Sox. 2-2.
Well, Red Sox have only left 4 men on base. Twins have left 12. Yeah, they left the bases loaded really 3 times, even though Doma was thrown out.
You get bases loaded 3 times in the first 6 innings, you got to get a run out of that. A foul tip. Got home plate umpire Paul Schreiber, who's had a long enough night as it is.
Yes, he has.
You know, and I think you agreed with me. I didn't think the home plate umpire last night did a very good job.
Oh boy.
I give Schreiber some credit. This has been a miserable game to umpire because the pitchers haven't thrown strikes. They haven't attacked the strike zone, and I think he's kept a pretty true strike zone and is, you know, kept some integrity in a game when it would be tempting to call anything close a strike.
You think this game started at 6? It's over 3 hours and 10 minutes long. He's been standing behind home plate that whole time, basically.
Crouching through over 300 pitches already, and we've got 1 out in the 7th inning.
Right.
2 outs in the 7th inning.
Bean picking up a strikeout. Only the second strikeout for Twins pitching tonight. Scott Diamond had 1. Bean picking up his first.
Here's Siriaco punching one in the air to Morneau. And that ends another bad top of the inning for the Twins as the Red Sox score 4.
7-5 as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Pedro Florimon about to lead off this inning, but he's typically batting in the 9 spot for the Twins, and we don't typically expect a lot of production from that spot. When I talked to Pedro earlier today, though, he takes a lot of pride in his success at the plate. He says he has always hit 9th in his entire career, so anytime he gets up there, he sees it as his job to get a hit no matter who's on base, what the situation. He says he knows he can do a lot of things. He feels very comfortable in that role. So Dick and Bird, as he leads off this inning, we'll see if he can cash in with his 3rd hit of the night.
Well, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Jamie. You know what? That's a good job by Jamie right there, because as a 9th place hitter, you're not going to get as many at bats as, say, throughout a ball game, maybe
right.
the top of the lineup. But here's a guy, Florimon, that's got good speed. If he can get on base, he's almost like a leadoff hitter, but not maybe 5 at bats, where sometimes the top of the lineup will get 5 at bats a night.
Well, the difference in this game, in a nutshell, the home runs hit by the Red Sox. Twins haven't hit one yet. Florimon dribbles one. Breslow spins and fires, and his throw. In time to get Florimon, and Breslow took a tumble after delivering the throw, 1 away. Our century link to what's next. The top of the Twins order has been fairly productive.
Yeah, Joe Carroll with an RBI single in his last at-bat. Joe Mauer with a couple hits. Morneau with a couple hits. Willingham with an or it's a double. That's good fielding play by Breslow, knowing that Florimon, who gets down that line very quickly, he had to get to that ball quickly and get rid of it.
Strike 1 to Jamie Carroll. Carroll punched a single into right field. Twins in the middle innings looked very much like a team that was going to overcome an ugly start and win a ball game. But then the ugly end of the 6th and start to the 7th inning.
Well, the walk, the 2-run home run, the walk, the 2-run home run. Alex Wilson, who picked up his first major league win last night, up.
And Carroll gets another hit. Now, he's reached 3 times as a Twins leadoff hitter, and you can understand Ron Gardenhire's temptation to let this play out for a while. Carroll's been the most productive leadoff hitter the Twins have had. Hicks struggled in that role. Dozier really hasn't caught fire in that spot. So we'll see how Carroll is used here for the next week or so. Now Mauer, who has 2 hits. Inside, ball 1. Crazy as it sounds, as crazy as this game has been, you're looking at the Twins and what has happened in the first 6 innings. They have 8 outs left. They're down by plenty, 6 runs. But they answered a 3 spot in the 5th with 1 of their own. And now Mauer takes 2-0. You got the right guys coming up. If a couple of guys get on and somebody can pop one, they'll be right back in the game.
I'd like to see the Twins put a crooked number on the board here in the bottom of the 7th.
Called strike, 2-1. He's hitting .353 and trailing Miguel Cabrera and James Loney for the lead in for the batting leadership. 3-1. Just under 4 pitches seen. Of course, this at bat still ongoing here. Busted bat. My favorite bat's been broken. Safe at first. Mauer will reach in a fielder's choice, and again Breslow ends up on the ground. That, I believe, is the first time Joe Mauer has broken a bat since the first game of the Baltimore series on April 5th.
And Napoli getting to force out at second. Breslow just trying to catch the ball as he's around the bag. And there's a bat. Now, you said you'd give $50 for that bat. I said 100.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm not going to turn this into a bidding war. You're... No.
Okay. Kind of hoping you would.
Let's go. A little pop-up. And Morneau's gone on one pitch. And the Twins are done in the 7th inning.
Get it up there.
Back yet in this game in celebration of the 20th anniversary of the movie, and I think we established the other day that meant the movie was made in 1993.
Very good.
The Sandlot, we asked you who your favorite character is from the movie in our Twitter poll. The final results we'll bring you tomorrow during Sandlot Day. Damn, running away with it. Squints would have to put on a big run towards the end of the balloting period. Jacoby Ellsbury will hit against Ryan Presley, who's the new Twins pitcher.
Presley making his 12th relief appearance. He last worked on Tuesday, one shutout inning. Picked up his first major league win at Fenway Park in that 15-8 win over the Red Sox. Pitched 4 shutout innings. Came in relief of Pedro Hernandez, the starter in tomorrow's ball game for the Twins.
Two and 0. Garcia under it, one away. Well, take a look around the league, see what else has happened. Robinson Cano with a couple of home runs and the Yankee win. Good day for Joey Votto and the win over the Phillies. And a good day for Matt Joyce and Tampa's win over the Orioles. Angels beat the White Sox 12-9. Chris Perez gave up 2 solo home runs in the 9th inning with 2 out, protecting at the time a 2-run lead, then a 1-run lead, then the game was tied. Then the Indians walked off the Mariners anyway in the bottom of the 9th.
Well, Perez got the win, probably.
Got the win. Texas leading Detroit 7-2.
We used to call that a vulture, when he come in, give up runs, and then all of a sudden, you know, team comes back.
Yeah, he also got the loss.
Oh, so that's a tough day.
All right, now who do you pick out of this mess on the Boston side? There's a fly to center, and Hicks comes over. Out number 2. Now, by baseball rules, Dempster can't win the game, nor should he. All right. So, Mortensen, Breslow.
Right now, Breslow.
It's up to the official score.
Right, it's up to the official score. But right now, if it stands the way it is, and say Breslow goes out one more inning, or if it's done as of right now, Mortensen 2/3 of an inning, 2 hits allowed, a walk, no runs. But right now, to me, Breslow.
Okay. Here's Pedroia. Twins have not been able to get him. Well, nobody else has. He's been outstanding. 2 hits, 2 walks tonight. There's Breslow. Florimone glides to his left and throws to Morneau on a 1-2-3, top of the 8th.
To the bottom of the 8th inning. Be sure to stick around after the game for Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink. We'll talk about Big Papi powering the Red Sox tonight with 2 home runs. Also, we'll take a look at some missed opportunities with the bases loaded for the Minnesota Twins. They had the bases loaded up 3 times, but unable to convert on any of those opportunities. And of course, we'll hear from Ron Gardenhire after the game. All that on Twins Live. Dick and Bert.
All right, thanks, Jamie. Bottom of the 8th coming up, and Josh Willingham will lead it off. Alex Wilson is the new Boston pitcher.
Yeah, Alex Wilson picked up his first major league win last night in that 3-2 10-inning win for the Boston Red Sox, making his 13th relief appearance. Got called up earlier this year, made his first start on April 11th against the Baltimore Orioles.
Willingham, Doman, and Arcia. Strike at the knee. Outside.
Saw last night from Wilson a good fastball and a very good slider, like a little cutter.
One and two. Willingham has doubled, hit a couple of outfield flies, and popped up to second. And a strikeout, one away.
This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins.
Here's Ryan Doman as I try to imagine someone ever wanting to watch this game again. 1-0 to Doman. Been a good day at the plate for Doman. A couple of hits and a walk. He's thrown out twice between third and home, though. One, a nice play by Will Middlebrooks way back in the second inning. And then he tried to come home on the little pop-up to short right field. Pedroia made the catch, wheeled and fired. Doman had nothing left to do but to try to jar the ball loose from Lavarnway. It didn't work, and that was the end of the threat. 1-2. What's the fiercest home plate collision you ever witnessed?
Tell you what, I think when Torrey Hunter ran over
Jamie Burke.
Saw Dave Parker run over John Stearns. That Stearns, I believe, broke a bone, and Dave Parker had to wear that shield. He broke his jaw.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah. 2-2 to Doman. Fouled away. The Hunter Burke thing is the most memorable one for me, but there was one at the Metrodome, Puckett coming in and getting Terry Steinbach airborne. Kirby, of course, had such a low center of gravity. Kirby was out. I think he cut his face up a little bit, but Terry ended up lying outside the cutout area at home plate.
They didn't have those concussion rules back then.
No.
I'm sure Terry probably had a little mini concussion, but he didn't know it.
Kind of like me about the third or fourth inning. 2 down. Let's get caught up if we can.
Do we have to see this 3-run home run again off the bat of David Ortiz? Boston took a 3-0 lead. Twins tried to fight back, but too many home runs. Watch this play by Pedroia right here. That's the play you're talking about. Doman trying to jar the ball loose, but to no avail.
Garcia gets a strike called on him. I called a home run for Garcia tonight, but
he's walked 3 times.
I think I ought to get a pass because I never expected him to draw 3 walks.
Well, he's hitting now.
Still hit one now.
Get out of here. Wilson's doing it all himself this inning.
Strike out, a couple of assists. One of those rare 1-2-3 innings at the bottom of the 8th. this series. The Twins open this homestand. Three-game series. 3 with Baltimore, 3 with Chicago, 3 with Boston. And if they continue on and lose tonight, they will have lost all 3 series.
Well, Ryan Presley retired the Red Sox in order 1, 2, 3. Now he's got to face David Ortiz. Quite a night. 40 times David Ortiz has had a 2-hit home run game.
Look at what he's done at this ballpark. In 8 games, he scored 8 runs. He's driven in nearly 2 a game. 6 tonight.
Yeah, it ties a career high for RBIs in a ball game. This is the 4th time in his career he's had a 6 RBI game. And 40 times he's hit 2 home runs in a ball game.
409 home runs, passing Duke Snyder on the all-time home run list. 2-1. And he tried to make it a 3 home run night with that swing, I do believe. He's hit everything right on the button tonight. The 2 home runs, the sharp single, even the ground out to Florimo. Earlier this year, Middlebrooks hit 3 home runs.
Laid off that breaking ball from Ryan Presley.
I remember reading about Ortiz with a sore oblique. Imagine how good his series would be if his oblique wasn't bothering. And Ortiz will go to first with a walk. We'll see if they leave him in the game or pinch run for him. So a leadoff walk. Presley had a 1-2-3/8. Pitching Ortiz carefully.
Yeah, there's been 15 walks in this ball game between the Twins staff and the Red Sox staff. Add that to the 23 hits. A lot of base runners for both sides.
Napoli has walked twice and singled. Foul. One and 2 to Napoli. 2-2. Presley drafted out of the Boston organization. And that one fouled off of Domet. And while a game like this a little lopsided, it's gotten out of hand. Every game for Presley is pitched like it's Game 7 of the World Series.
Well, it's kind of neat that he ended up getting his first major league win against the organization that he signed with back in 2007.
Three and 2. Twins would rather not fire up anybody out of the bullpen behind Presley. He's walked the leadoff man here in the ninth. There's no one warming up now. ball 4 goes to the backstop. We might have a trip to the mound by Rick Anderson here. And we might have a phone call down at the bullpen.
This is what Tom Kelly was kind of talking about. You know, you have a reliever, and they usually come in and do their job that first inning, but then sometimes you're asking guys to go a little bit deeper. And with the starters going 4 or 5 innings on a nightly basis, you know, that's what the Twins have had to ask Presley and the Josh Renickies and the Swarzaks and the Dunsings to go more than maybe one at a time, night after night sometimes. And that takes its toll.
And the end result will be games like this, where, as you said, the Twins had the lowest bullpen ERA in the American League. But then you look, well, Swarzak has given up, let's see, 4. And
Casey
Fiend 1. And now the threat here in the 9th inning with 2 on, nobody out. Twins bullpen with a aggregate ERA of under 3, which is very good. But it'll take a beating tonight. Here's Nava. Cranked another 2-run home run. Ball 1. Game in Texas is already in the top of the 8th inning, and the Rangers have a 7-2 lead on Detroit. One and one. Nava drove in a run with a sacrifice fly in the 5th, and then he clubbed a 2-run home run in the 7th. That's served to center. It's a base hit, and Ortiz will stop at third base. Still hasn't gotten there yet. There, he's made it to third base. And they're loaded up now with nobody out.
And Nava picking up his 2nd straight hit.
So they're loaded up for Will Middlebrooks, an acquaintance of Presley's in the formative years down in Texas. It's a chance to face him here. Breaking ball just off the plate, ball 1. Middlebrooks fouls it to the screen. Time together in the minor leagues as well.
They both signed the same year in 2007. Middlebrooks, the number 5 pick for the Red Sox. Presley, the number 11 pick.
Slider missing. 2-1. Fastball. There've already been 4 ugly innings for the Twins. Innings 1, 3, 5, and 7. And now the bases are loaded, nobody out. And Presley will win bragging rights in their first matchup. A strikeout for the first out.
Went to the hard breaking ball. Gets the first out.
I like that look out there at the pitcher after Presley struck him out. Middlebrooks hadn't even finished his swing and is already looking out at his buddy. Lavarnway, the batter. Blocked by Doman. I don't know if Doman's going to DH tomorrow, but he's not going to be catching. Lavarnway bounced into a double play in the 2nd inning. Foul back, 1-1. Warno playing in front of the runner at first, and if ball's hit to him, they'll get the force at home. Anywhere else in the infield, they'll try to turn a conventional double play. 1 and 2. Weird looking swing by Lavarnway.
Yeah, good breaking ball down and away.
One and 2. Lifted to right. Arcia comes over, makes the catch. And a sacrifice fly for Lavarnway, adding another run to the Red Sox total.
Lavarnway, who came in his second game, 0 for 3, picks up another RBI, his second of the game. And it's a 12-5 lead.
Here's Siriaco. 0 for 4. 3 fly ball outs and a ground ball out. Scored a run, hasn't driven in a run. My kind of guy. Still a right field corner, and Arcia has to chase it, and he gets there to end the inning. Another run for the Red Sox that they hope they'll not need. Official score apparently across the way has announced that Greg Breslow is the pitcher of record for the Red Sox. And the best Alex Wilson can do is
can't get a save.
No, win points with everybody by just having a quick bottom of the ninth, unless the Twins start putting something together here.
You know, I don't know if this means anything, but there have been 15 walks in this ball game, and for the Twins, 7 walks. 6 of the 7 walks that the Twins have given the Red Sox, they have scored.
Yeah.
And the Twins have drawn 8 walks, and only 2 have scored.
The power of the home run, you know. Twins out homer tonight, 3-0. Trevor Plouffe has walked twice. Drove in a run with a ground ball. Down a couple of runs. Twins had the bases loaded after Plouffe walked in the 6th, 1 out. And the Twins have been turning conventional double plays all series long. There's Plouffe shooting one hard to right field. play off the wall. Nava will play it well and hold Plouffe to a single. But then the pop-up short right field, Pedroia with the catch was tough enough, but then he wheeled and threw home and got the Doman trying to score.
A couple times in tonight's ball game, Nava has played the carom off that wall perfectly. The one off of Doman in the 6th inning and right there. Plouffe hitting it hard, but Nava playing the carom and getting it back in, keeping Plouffe to a single.
Hicks hit the pop-up as a right-handed batter. Now he'll stand in there as a left-handed batter. Strike on the outside corner.
Watch Nava right here. Plouffe hitting it over his head, and then he realizes where it's going to be and spins and gets the ball back in.
One and one. One and two. Florimon will hit behind Hicks.
You know, I said there were 15 walks by California math. There was 16 walks, 8 for both staffs.
And Hicks goes after a pitch up in his eyes. One away.
Not a good swing right there by Aaron Hicks. Wilson picking up his 2nd strikeout.
Florimon has had a couple of RBI singles and a warning track fly ball.
Made some nice plays at short tonight. All in all, he's had a very good game.
The average is at 259, and if he can keep it in that range, continue to play as he's played in the field, he might never go to an all-star game, but he will give the Twins some stability at a position where there hasn't been any for a long, long time.
Well, you go back to that at-bat for Aaron Hicks. Even though it's a 12-5 ball game, you still want good quality at-bats, and I think Hicks kind of gave that at-bat away.
And it's a conventional double play that sends the Twins to their defeat. And it was the longest 9-inning game in Target Field history. And for those of us who've been here for every pitch, that's hardly surprising.
I wanted to go extra innings.
Did you? Maybe tomorrow. The Twins lose 12-5, a wild game, not a particularly well-played game, but a game, Anthony LaPanta, that featured Big Papi.
And we'll take a closer look at Big Papi's big night. We'll look at how Minnesota has failed to cash in on bases loaded opportunities. We'll hear from Ron Gardenhire and preview the series finale all next on Twins Live.